And here we go. We have liftoff.
Propulsion continues to be nominal.
R68 chamber pressure looks good.
Following up. Roger, roll, Atlantis.
Water towers fly! Yes!
Tango down to nominal.
Flight downside of speed off. Bring in SPD off. Off. It's orange!
Orange 25! Oh my god! Oh my god!
Decollage. Look at this! Put that in the big bag, Eagle.
343 unfolds to go.
Indeed.
We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
If there's methane, it'd be igniting in the flare, correct?
Yikes. You good? We don't need any more of these.
Good morning and welcome to another NSF live stream. Today we have the Flight 4 stack ready to conduct a wet dress rehearsal. The village is evacuated, the road is closed, all the pieces are in place. There's marine safety information bulletins, all kinds of things. So we are going live here because the tank farm is spooling up and we want to cover this major on what likely, hopefully, will be the final test for these vehicles ahead of Starship Flight 4. So, yeah, I'm Jack Beyer for NSF. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning, this lovely Monday morning. Hi to all our veteran tank watchers, and hello to any of our new viewers. Welcome. Also, joining me today is our standard cohort of competent commentators, starting off with Mr. Ryan Weber. Ryan, how are you doing, good buddy? It's a big day.
Yeah, it's a big day. This is gonna be a lot of fun watching a wet dress rehearsal again. Seeing if they change anything with the new tank farm. Hopefully, it's somewhere around the same. We still get that like 50-minute prop load time, which we should. But I'm excited.
Yeah, I always love when we get to learn new things or see new procedures, and we did get kind of a weird prop load on the mini wet dress rehearsal that happened a few days ago. We'll talk about that, and we'll keep our eyes open to see if we get a similar difference in procedure for today's test. Also joining us is Mr. Alejandro. Alex, how are you doing? I was going to say your whole name, but I chickened out. How are you doing, bud?
Boo, you chickened out. I'm doing fantastic. It's a nice day to have a fully frosty stack.
Indeed, we're getting the sunrise lighting, which is always a nice treat. We can see the Pope stack, or Pope vent, whatever you want to call it, going right there, which is what we fondly call that particular vent. It just means the tank farm is doing its standard conditioning. That's right, Jack. Thanks, Alex. Also, Kevin Michael...
you cut out there, so I wasn't able to hear the whole thing.
Oh, my bad. Also, Kevin Michael Reed is producing today's stream, so thank you, Kevin, for pushing the buttons, pulling the levers, and running in the giant human-sized hamster that makes things go. Chat, if you have any questions at NASA Spaceflight, and put your question after that, and throw it into chat, and we'll see your question pop up in some software that we have running in the background. Cool. Well, Alex, you want to give us a bit of state of play? Again, we had that weird propellant loading sequence on the previous test. Do you think we'll see that again today?
Well, it kind of looks like it was just a bit of a reconfiguration. The times, looking back on the times and things like that, it didn't seem that different. Like they just modified a little bit of the sequencing, and so it kind of looked it's super, super different. But when you look at the fine details, you find out that it's just a few things here and there what changed, and that might actually accelerate the whole timeline. We'll see that today, because today, as you were mentioning, what else are we going to see today? Well, today is a launch rehearsal, also known as a wet dress rehearsal, where they essentially go through all of the tanking procedures that we see on a launch day with a full rocket, but we don't get to see a launch today, unfortunately. But we're gonna get a fully frosty full stack, which is always cool to see. We're gonna get all the vents, all the tank farm activity. We're already seeing that spool up happening, so it's gonna be lots of fun. I always love these wet dress rehearsals, not only because we get to see maybe some new things here and there, sometimes new events. For example, today's full stack, it's gonna have a few more new events compared to the previous stack. We'll probably talk about that later on, but it's also because we get to see a lot of activity from the rocket. We don't get to see that when we see, for example, the moon from a booster static fire or something like that. We don't get as much venting and huffing and puffing and all that stuff. The rocket becomes alive, and it's always cool to see that. Even if we're not on a launch day, it's always cool to see.
Yeah, the vehicle coming alive, the fully frosty full stack, it's always a sight to see. Oh man, so wow, okay, all my questions just disappeared. Oh, and they're back. Hooray. Ryan, since we've seen some work lately on the base of the second tower, we have a question here. Oh my god, they all just disappeared again. Someone's asking when you think the second tower is going to be complete.
Let's see here. When the second tower is going to be complete? I mean, they're working on. It looks like they're working on some of the pilings right now because, as we've seen, the FAA has a document that shows where the exact coordinates of where the towers should be, and it's kind of around where they've been doing a lot of pilings lately. So I don't know. We could see the main foundation of the base of the tower sometime this summer. And maybe even stacking somewhere around, well, I wouldn't be surprised end of July, August, to be honest. But
that's exciting.
Yeah.
You know what else is exciting? Today's test. Hopefully, if today's wet dress rehearsal goes well, this would be the last test ahead of Flight 4. And we have a question, again, somebody asking, what do we think? Will this give us any indication on Flight 4 time frame based on the time frame between wet dresses previously and flight previously? Alex, I'll let you go first.
Yeah, well, not necessarily. You can have some sort of one-to-one correlation here where you see where you say, okay, well, for flight, whatever, it was, the wet dress happened this much, before this how long before the flight, but it doesn't really correlate with each flight because, for example, for Flight 1, it happened on January 24th. The flight happened on April 20th, so that's about 3 months essentially. For Flight 2, the wet dress happened around late October, and the flight happened in mid to late November, so it was about a month from wet dress to flight. And for Flight 3, the wet dress happened on March 3rd, and the flight happened on March 14th. So it was, about 11 days. Now, does that mean that in 11 days, are we going to see a launch? Perhaps not, and there's a lot of things right now that needs to be completed. So just one glaring example that you probably can see in some of these views that we're switching through, the tiles on Ship 29, for example, are not complete, so they probably will need to fix that to be able to work on that as well. So this is not a full stack, it's not going to be like this all the way until launch. We expect to see a D-stack not only for the flight termination system to be installed, but also because they need to finish that heat shield. And as you may know, Flight 4 is very important for the whole re-entry part of the flight. So obviously they really need to work on that side of the ship. Then also we have seen in the recent in the recent days these flight safety determination that the FAA has been asked by SpaceX. Like SpaceX has asked the FAA, hey, what if instead of finishing the mishap investigation, we return to flight this other way, where you assess the safety of the whole vehicle, and that on flight 3 nothing like that was compromised, and then we can return to flight while the mishap investigation is still active. That is all still permitted by the regulations. There's no bending over the rules or anything like it. It's still permitted. It's just another way of being able to return back to flight. So that's another thing that we have to take a look at in terms of the paperwork. So there's obviously still hardware to be worked and paperwork to be worked. It is not a one-to-one correlation. If I were to put a sort of timeline here, we're probably going to see this test today. We're definitely going to see this test today. Sorry, I'll change my wording in there. We're going to see a wet dress today. We're probably going to see Ship 29 rolling back to the production site later this week, and we're going to get that heat shield done. And maybe in 2 weeks time frame, maybe we're going to get launch ready. We'll see. That's my bet. 2 weeks. Just
all
like
of that.
All
of that to arrive at 2 weeks. I feel like I feel like I just got pranked. Ryan, go ahead.
He gave an overview. Alex gave an overview.
It was good. It was good.
Yeah.
I just spoiled all of a Starbase update. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you literally covered the Flight 4 part of SBU this week. Which, to be honest, there isn't a lot. I mean, the FAA determination, there's that, and then of course the extra work that needs to be done, and that's about it. I mean, it could be 2, it could even be 3 weeks. We'll see. I'm hoping on 3. I'm hoping they wait till I get back from Europe, but that's just me.
Yeah, we shall see. Giles with a store purchase. Giles, thank you so much. Looks like they got the Flight 4 patch, which is awesome. By the way, we have a Flight 4 full stack. It's undergoing a wet dress rehearsal. That means our Flight 4 merch is out, including the patch, which that design comes on a variety of different things, but it exists. It's awesome. Check it out. And thank you, Giles. They say good morning from the soon-to-be flying Rockets UK. Is that like a sports team? We're gonna have to ask the Bergenator. Is that like a soccer team? Oh, sorry, football team.
Soon to be flying Rockets UK.
Maybe
they're talking about the RFA one, probably.
Say, RFA.
They're about to fly. Well, they're about to.
Yeah.
There's still a lot of testing left for them, but they have completed some important milestones lately. So yeah, that's nice.
Yeah, I'm excited to see their launch.
It's a mini super heavy because it's also stainless steel.
Nice. It's steel.
It's steel. Yeah.
Hay is asking your thought on next flight and catch attempt on IFT-5. Will it happen? Do we think Flight 4 is going to go well enough that they attempt a catch on Flight 5? Ryan, what are your thoughts?
Maybe. We're going with maybe. You're asking a lot. I mean, they got pretty far with 10. It looks like they either had some GNC issues, otherwise known as guidance, navigation, control issues. Whether it was hardware or software related, we know Kathy Luters she had talked about that they were looking at software changes along those lines with what happened to Booster. So that might have been the issue, or an issue with the grid fins. They haven't completed the mishap investigation, as we know based off that FAA email. So we don't really know what the exact problem was. We don't even know what the problem with ship was, to be honest.
Right.
I honestly think one of the reasons why SpaceX is asking for this safety determination is because they kind of know what went wrong on that last flight, but they don't know for sure. So basically what they're saying is all right, we know there wasn't an issue with the safety critical system or something else along those lines. So let's get another flight in and see if what we've done to the vehicles solves any. Let's see if it happens again. Basically, do we lose control of the ship again, or do we lose control of the booster again? If neither happens, then the fixes they've implemented fix the problem, And then they may even be able to close the investigation at that point too. Another flight might help them close the investigation, so that's probably why they're asking for one. So that's obviously another way to look at it.
Alex, what do you think? Will they attempt to catch on Flight 5?
I think it's gonna go crazy if they. It feels so soon. I don't know.
Right?
Like, I think Flight 6 is more likely, but yeah, we'll see. Flight 5.
Okay, I don't want to
it's all a matter
sound
of-
I don't want to sound too flippant, but
Yeah.
it's been a while since something went kaboom in Starbase. So
Right.
you know what? If they want to do it, if they want to do a sketchy attempt on Flight 5, I say go for it.
Just don't
Go
destroy
through
too
it,
much.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. It's basically empty at that point.
Well, yeah, just don't destroy too much. I'm all here for explosions. Explosions are cool.
As long as nobody gets hurt.
Yes, as long as nobody gets hurt, and I'd rather not much damage is done. If it puts a small crater into the concrete below, that's not hard to fill up.
Really, the lame thing would be any sort of delay to the program, because I know
Yeah.
we all want to see Starship succeed and soon, because we all want to live in the cool future where we have giant space telescopes and a hab on the moon and a hab on Mars and all of that. So in service of that, we're doing, well, not us, but SpaceX is doing a wet dress rehearsal today of the Flight 4 stack. Alex, you're Mr. Spreadsheet. Basically, given the number of tests that you've seen and the indicators that we have, I mean, walk us through where we're at in today's test, what we expect to see next, timing, that sort of thing.
Yeah, so you can see there, for example, on that right-hand view, on that camera on the right, that pipe, the sections that are not black, they look white. That is not paint. That is actual frost. So those pipes, that's the liquid oxygen. I think it is for the liquid oxygen delivery to the subcoolers. So there's the ground tanks now are on the horizontal tanks. So they are on the right-hand side here on our view, on the right camera. And so they have this long pipe that is essentially taking all of that liquid oxygen from the ground tanks all the way out to the subcoolers. And so that pipe needs to get cold, and you can see there that condensation, that frost appearing already on that line. So they're right now in that conditioning of the lines on the tank farm, conditioning the tank farm itself. The subcoolers will also get loaded with liquid nitrogen. They have these, essentially they are a bath of liquid nitrogen, and they flow they flow through them liquid methane and liquid oxygen to be able to subcool them, to be able to cool them below their boiling temperature and be able to pack more of those fluids onto Starship's tanks than if they were at boiling temperature. Once the tank farm is completely, conditioned and everything, then it's going to be the turn of all the lines that go up to the tower and up to the overall launch mount. So it's step by step, essentially. So once they do that, we're going to see the OLM vent and the tower vent coming up. And, usually the OLM vent, we always say that it starts a little bit, low in power, and then it's, it continuously grows and grows and grows until it becomes what we call the waterfall mode. The tower vent, on the other hand, will come back, will essentially start once, then stop, then come back again and stop. And when it stops, it actually stops before the OLM vent. So once it stops, that's going to be the sign that liquid oxygen load has begun on the ship. And within a few minutes after that, we're going to see we're going to see frost on the ship. Around few minutes after we see that frost on the ship, booster liquid methane load will start as well, and the booster will get the frost on the methane tank, and then we're going to see the OLM vent stop, and that'll indicate liquid oxygen load on the booster has started, and we're going to see frost on the liquid oxygen tank just a few minutes after that. That's essentially where we were on the last test of this full stack, where they did a partial tanking test, where they essentially rehearsed everything that we're going to see today until that moment that I just mentioned, where the tanks just start to get frosty, but then they stop there the propellant load. They don't load anymore. That's what we saw the other day. That's what they did the last time that they tested this full stack. That's totally normal. We've seen that in the past. They normally do these partial tanking tests so they can rehearse all of the stuff until essentially the start of the propellant load. Today, hopefully, we're gonna get all the way through, and we're gonna get a fully frosty full stack. Hopefully, in about 4 hours or so, if everything is continuing on track with the usual time frames that we tend to see.
It's really
about
remarkable.
4 hours from now.
Thank you, Alex. Your wealth of knowledge is always appreciated. It's really crazy how it takes them 50 minutes, an hour to load thousands of tons of propellant on the ship, but this preconditioning process for the tank farm itself takes far longer.
It's a lot of surfaces, a lot of tubes, a lot
Thermal.
of different
Thermodynamics. Can't change that. Basically, the whole thing of you have to condition it all so that they're all chilled down. But once it's all chilled, go ahead and flow the fluid through. You're not gonna crack or burst the pipes at that point. So that's kind of basically what it is. And Dan even talked about how their goal is 40 minutes, only 5 minutes slower than Falcon 9.
That's
which
insane.
Is insane. Yeah.
For how many thousands of tons of propellant? It's like 5,000 tons.
Yep.
Give or
Version
take,
1 is about 5,000. Yeah.
Yeah. Version 2 probably be around 5,200.
That's insane. I mean,
Version 3 is like 6,000, right? Or
Yeah,
something like that.
so I don't even. I mean, who knows, Alex? Because
we'll have to see, but sure.
They go, oh, it's going to be a 150 meter tall stack, and then like a couple weeks ago, Elon goes, oh, it's 140 now. It's like, all right, yeah, they have no idea what Block 3, Version 3, Starship 3, whatever you want to call it, will look like. So
yeah, it's the Version 3 is so far off that. I'm sure a lot of lessons will be learned until we get to that point, and those lessons will shape exactly how it looks.
And
go ahead, Alex.
I was gonna mention, because you were talking about how long it takes for the conditioning. You can think about that as well with the engines. Like different engines will take different time conditioning. Merlin takes 7 minutes for the Merlins on the first stage of Falcon 9. The Merlin engine on the second stage of Falcon 9, it takes a little bit less of time, more or less. But here, for example, on Starship, it almost takes about 20 minutes for the Raptors to get conditioned for flight. So it's different fuels, it's different procedures, different conditioning. Usually is like these whole different set of parameters that you really need to control. And so while the tank farm takes hours and hours to condition, there are other things that also take less time to condition. For example, the lines to the OLM, to the tower, for example, they take less time as well than the lines that that we see here at the tank farm. So it's all a process at the end of the day. It's just different things just take different times.
Yeah, makes sense.
No, I forget how long RS-25. If I remember correctly, don't RS-25s take a while to condition?
That's a Burgonator question if I ever heard one.
Yeah, it takes about 2 hours if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they take a while to condition the RS-25s.
Neat.
Which is a lot.
Yeah, that is a while.
I mean, hydrogen is a harsh mistress, so I get it. They probably want to make sure everything is at the exact right temperature for an extended period of time to make sure all the valves and seals and everything are nice and happy. Andy, thank you for the store purchase. They also got the Flight 4 patch. They say, hi, NSF. What do you all think a % success for Flight 4 is to accomplish all milestones? Alex loves these questions. Alex, you can take this one.
I see you don't read that back channel. Anyway, percentage, boy. 50%. It either succeeds or doesn't. I'm gonna make my joke, my usual joke. No, I really don't know. I have no idea. Seriously.
That's fair. Ryan, what do you think?
I just watch and see what happens.
percentage. Okay, if we're talking all milestones here, we gonna basically just say, ship re-enters or gets past peak heating. Wow, say words. And then booster completes a soft landing by actually completing its landing burn. If we're saying that, 60%, 70%. I mean, I trust in SpaceX to usually solve the issues, but these are like the two end-to-end main things that'll make this thing reusable, other than catching and landing it, other than that, But like getting ship past peak heating is not that's not simple. Like it's not. If 29 does it, that's I won't have words if it does that. Like I will be speechless if they pull that off. But
Yeah.
I give it 60%, maybe 70.
That's
Maybe.
pretty good. Yeah.
I've seen some people, for example, like saying, why don't they put tiles on the Falcon 9 second stage and then they test the tiles? And it's like, the problem is not testing that they survive re-entry as the material, as in the sense of the material can survive the re-entry. And they actually have done that, putting tiles on Dragon a long time ago. I think it was in 2019 or 2018 when it happened. They put a few of these tiles on Dragon, and then they tested it through re-entry, and the tiles survived. The problem with the tiles on Starship is not that the material, whether the material can survive the re-entry or not, is whether, first, the ship can control its attitude during re-entry. That is an important thing, because it uses the flaps to be able to control that attitude during re-entry. But also, that the whole of the heat shield, essentially all the tiles, can still be on the ship by the time they go through re-entry, right? Because, we don't even know what's gonna be the outcome whenever one of those tiles pops out, or what is the location that it pops out. Like, does it matter that it is just one single tile? Is it that big of a deal if it's just one single tile? If it is on the belly, it is that big of a deal, or maybe it's on the side of the ship, like maybe on this side that we're seeing here. If it's maybe on the side, it might not be that big of a deal. Maybe it's in the belly, which is right in front of the plasma. Maybe it's more of a big of a deal. That's the big question mark ahead of this flight, right? Which is, it's not about the material surviving the re-entry. We know it survives. We know it can do that. SpaceX has known that for 5 years already. It is about everything holding up and the ship being able to survive, not just by purely controlling itself, but also be able to get all those tiles to protect it. So that is a very important thing to test on these flights, and there's a lot of risk involved.
Yeah. Flippers, what's up, Flippers? Thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. I saw some people thanking you in chat earlier, but from us, thank you so much for all of your support. Blazemonger, thank you for the €5. They say, if 4 does a flawless soft landing in the Gulf, they may catch 5. If anything is slightly off, they may wait. Yeah, that makes sense. That's basically what Elon said, right? Gosh, we have some really nice lighting this morning.
Mm-hmm.
It's been kind of hazy, and the conditions have not been great.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is, oh gosh, a launch with this lighting, I would be extremely pleased.
They always begin their...
Kevin in the back channel is being mean to me. I didn't have time to set up a time lapse this morning. And he literally just typed, "Don't you wish you had a time lapse set up?" That is brutal, dude. Ouch.
LOL, Kevin.
Right in the feelings.
Yeah, if you think about it, this is the time of launch. They always have targeted launch windows opening at 7 a.m. I mean, I say always, but sometimes they have had these weird launch windows at 8 something.
Right.
But it's about the time of the day, right? It's around this time of the day when they do this sort of thing of launching, and so it's gonna be gorgeous when they do it.
Fingers crossed. Either way, absolutely, just gorgeous views this morning. I'm really enjoying this.
I can't wait to see a ship with the new forward flaps looking at it this one direction, because basically if you look at the flaps now, they're going to be like...
They're going
I
to be
think
pointy.
It's going to be a little more pointy down towards the end, which, actually, if you think about it, with the new design of the flaps, they're going to have to move the ship lift points, because the sticks won't fit under those flaps anymore.
Well, they're going to have to move them anyways because they're going to
Probably-
stretch the ship, right? So
Yeah,
might as well move
that
them now.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we actually saw already development rings, if you remember, where the lifting points were located much lower on the hull of the vehicle. So that was a development ring. So not ring, but barrel section. So we don't really fully know if that's going to be the final configuration, but it had a new pest dispenser door located in a new location on the ship. And
Right.
then also the essentially where the dome will be located for the forward dome was also closer to the payload bay. So we think for version 2 they're gonna stretch the ship about one ring, but also the methane tank is gonna go higher and the liquid oxygen tank is gonna go higher. Eventually you get bigger tanks, smaller payload bay, but overall you have much more performance because you get more propellant.
Makes sense. Revhead, thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Seriously, everyone coming out with all the support, we appreciate it so much. We cannot do this without your guys' support, and the membership program is a huge, 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 huge part of it. It's the bedrock upon which everything else we do is built. So thank you to all of our members, and thank you to folks that are gifting the memberships. If you don't know how the membership program works, it's through YouTube. You give us a monthly amount at different levels of support, and you get various cool perks, like you get members-only emoji. For example, I'm going to throw some Star Hoppers in chat because I can, because I'm a member. There's a Discord at Capcom level and above, which has all kinds of fun stuff in it. Gaming channel, food channel, sports channel, of course all the different rockets and whatnot channels as well, in case you want to, I don't know, talk about rockets. But yeah, seriously, thank you, members. And now I see all the members throwing Star Hoppers in chat. Sorry, mods. Not sorry. John, thank you for the store purchase. Ooh, they got a print from Max. They say, to add to my Starship collection will look great with all 4 patches and my 3D printed tower when it's finished. Thank you, Telstar86. Yeah, that's a beautiful print from Max. They also gifted a Red Team membership. What a guy. Michael Rugla, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Tom V, gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Thank you, Tom V. If you got a gifted membership from someone, be sure to thank them. George, thank you for the store purchase. They say 4 on the 4th. Oh, I think they're calling June 4th. Richard, thank you for the store purchase. Looks like they got the patch. They say, from Mary's Pictures back in the fallen Hopper nose cone days to the incredibly diverse coverage y'all provide now, you guys are recording history in the making. Space Nerd Salute. Thank you so much. Alex, remember the other day when you sent me a Starbase update from 2020 and I had an existential crisis because I realized just how long we've been doing this?
It was glorious because like I was going through really old videos of us, and like I saw, baby Jack, baby Ian, all of our old people, and it was like, it was just nostalgic because I remember all of that, and all the updates that were given back then about SN8 and SN6 and whatever. The one that I sent you the screenshot was, I think you were talking about SM5 hop coming up.
That makes sense.
So that was because it was in July 2020 and the hop happened in August. So
remember when SN8 got its nose cone and I ran down the street in my neighborhood yelling, "We're going to Mars"? Good times. It's going to orbit next year, you guys.
It's going to orbit next year. I remember, I got to say, I do love the videos we make now, but it's hard to beat Crispy's Bandicam from back in the days. It really is.
Oh,
you're
suck
saying
up.
that because he's
What?
boss.
I mean, Crispy is great. I love the Bandicam work he does. It's fantastic. David, thank you for grabbing the Flight 4 patch as well. They say if IFT4 works out and they go for a booster grab on 5, why would they not use the Cape Canaveral Tower rather than the Boca Tower? Because you typically don't want to overfly land with rockets, especially not highly experimental prototype rockets.
Also, the Cape Tower is not even close to operational in the slightest.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, like they
And-
put the
Go ahead.
carriage on. It's on the tower. The drawworks are not there. It's not hooked up at all.
Yeah.
There's no line. I don't even know if that tower has power.
There's also the little problem of actually getting to the tower at Florida, which is not possible.
Yeah, that's also the other part of that. Yeah,
Because you need to go really fast. A lot of people
Yeah.
underestimate how far away Florida is compared to Starbase. It took ship 25, okay, flight 2, remember, make memory of that. Flight 2, it went to almost orbital velocity, about 24,000 kilometers per hour. It re-entered over Puerto Rico, I think it is, which is just a few hundred kilometers downrange. If you follow the ground track from Starbase through, the gap between Cuba and Florida, it's a little bit more farther downrange than that, in that ground track than Florida. It was going 24,000 kilometers per hour, Shape 25, and still, that's how far it went. So imagine, the booster, to get to Florida, it needs to get really, really, really fast. It's not, you get twice as far if you go twice as fast or something like that. You really need to go even faster if you want to go, 200 kilometers than 100 kilometers and things like that. Like, it's not as that the proportion is not like that. So you really need to go very, very fast. And unfortunately, the booster does not get that fast on a launch. Just imagine for Falcon 9, the farthest away that a Falcon 9 booster can get is about 700 kilometers at most, if you optimize the trajectory for that. So yeah, Super Heavy actually stages earlier than Falcon 9 in terms of the speed and altitude. So yeah, it cannot get to Florida, unfortunately. That's a big major problem of this whole thing of trying to catch, rather than the tower being ready. Because even if it were ready, you cannot really get it to the tower.
You can't even get there.
Makes sense. The Nozzle gifting a Red Team membership. Thank you. Eternal Wolf also gifting a Red Team membership. Matthew Dahl, what's up, buddy? They say best way to start a Monday is with NSF. Happy Frosty Day, gents, and hey, Star Guy. I guess I'm Star Guy. Astro95 Media. Thank you.
That's a familiar name.
Thank you for the support. They say, finished my Lego Artemis last night. Now the poor thing has to sit there and watch another Starship WDR over my shoulder. Thanks for the great coverage, gents. Absolutely. All right, let's do some questions. Here's a really important one. Andy Skibba says, is Jack having bacon for breakfast? Yes. I had a double extra bacon gas station taco. So pray for my insides. Pratesh is asking, what are the key objectives for IFT4? Well, this is one of those things we don't really have to speculate about, right? Because we've gotten some information from the horse's mouth itself.
Yeah, basically getting past peak heating and trying to get booster to do soft splashdown. I mean, that's their main goal for that. Or I should say, booster 11 landing on a virtual tower are their objectives. So yeah, pretty simplistic. Will they do it? Who knows?
One thing that I do wonder though is, are we gonna get anything else? Because Flight 3, we got opening of the payload bay door, well, and closing, I guess.
Right.
Well, they tried. We had the propellant transfer demo, and then we had the attempt at a relight of the engine, right, of one of the engines. Are we gonna get anything like that? Like, are we gonna get maybe a relight of the engine? Because last time they were not able to do that. So maybe this time around they're gonna try and complete that test milestone.
I would guess.
And then maybe this time they load something on ship 29. We don't know, right? It's that big question mark as well here. Where sure we know what the big major milestones are, but there's usually a little few things that they can do to, it's sort of like in a game where you're trying to do like a main objective, and then you go around and you see, oh, there's this secondary thing that I can do in the meantime. Exactly, like a side quest that you can do in the meantime.
I love that.
While you're getting to the main quest, and so that's sort of the whole thing here, where it's like, okay, now that we have a ship in space, let's relight that engine, right? It's like, let's test that. Let's do that test. On Flight 3, they also tested propellant transfer between the header tanks and the main tanks. Are they going to test that again, maybe to gather more data? Because, more data, more better. Yes, I'm stealing your bit.
Don't steal my bit.
It's like... so it's all of that stuff that is like, if you have already a launch, right? Why not take as much, out of it as you can? And so... We'll have to wait and see what secondary things they may try, and I'm definitely looking forward to see what else they say about that, because there's so many exciting things that they can do, alternative things that still allow them to do the main goals.
Yeah, I'll come up with a list here. So we'll go with get past peak heating with ship 29 on a controlled reentry. A virtual catch with booster 11, which I don't think they'll do the full virtual catch. I think they'll get the landing burden done. I don't think it'll be as accurate as they want it to be, just because it's going to I think it's going to take them a little bit to get that nailed down. Maybe they'll nail it down next flight. But as for other objectives with chip, try the payload bay door again, so you can actually see if you can actually close it properly this time. An engine relight, and maybe test those new roll thrusters, see if they can roll the ship. Because they had issues with that during the last flight. So do an aileron roll, basically, with ship 29 in space. Except for not ailerons, roll thrusters, but
Do an RCS roll, yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, RCS roll.
Do a flip.
Yeah, do a barrel roll.
Dirk is asking, why does Ryan not have a picture in the pop-up? Why don't you have a picture in your pop-up, Ryan?
I don't know, because I think I needed to get an updated picture to Kevin and Jay, and I keep forgetting to do it.
Do it.
That's why.
Well, do it.
Yeah, I know. But, yeah.
Go ahead.
I'll get one. Don't worry.
All right. Druv is asking, will all the vertical tanks be gone before Flight 4? Well,
maybe.
We are seeing them seriously hustle in removing the vertical tanks from the orbital tank farm, 2 of which, well, kind of 3 of which you can see here. And you can see the husk of one as well. The inner tank, the outer shell's already been removed. I think it's plausible that they're all gone before Flight 4. Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, and now they have the incentive that they don't have a suborbital pad B, where to put ships and things like that. So that crane can stay there and keep removing tanks. And, they have already, I think, a majority of that shell is already gone. Excuse me. And they just need to grab the inner tank, remove it, and start cutting it away. And so, I don't know, maybe by next week we're going to see all of those tanks going away.
Yeah. Do we know, or any speculation on what they might put in their place? We had a question from somebody about that. I don't know if I can find it, but either way, it was a good question.
We don't really know yet. It's a good question because, these tanks, they are already not being used today. So today they are only using the horizontal tanks. So all of those horizontal tanks already replace the vertical tanks. But if you think about it, it's always good to have a bit of an extra capacity here and there, right? So you can think of them maybe using that space to put a few more horizontal tanks there for liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen. they will obviously not have as much capacity as the ones that were there vertically, because the whole area is different. But at the end of the day, they could get a decent addition of volume to that tank farm. That could be a nice thing that they could have. We don't really know what they're gonna be doing, but that could be a possibility. Or maybe it's just gonna be empty. Just gonna be empty space. Who knows? We'll wait and see, as usual.
Ryan, what do you think?
I mean, there really isn't a lot of room there to put a horizontal tank in. And, like, if they were going to do one, my guess is they would want to increase their methane capacity. But, again, the routing for that... I mean, the routing for that wouldn't be that bad, because if they pointed it right towards the methane subcoolers, they just pipe it in. But, I don't know. I don't think they're really going to... I don't know if they're really going to put anything there. I mean, it's room they'll use. I think the biggest thing is we'll have to wait and see, to be honest.
Indeed, we will. Philip, thank you for the store purchase. Looks like they got the Flight 4 patch. They say, yay, got to get a patch as we saw Booster 11 and ship in person back in April on our solar eclipse tour. Neat. Were you one of the people that came by and said hi? It was really cool. Right around the time of the eclipse, a whole bunch of people from all around the world came to Starbase because they figured, oh, I'll go to Texas for the eclipse, and why not also go to Starbase? So I got to meet a whole bunch of people from everywhere. That was really neat. Brian with a store purchase, just saying frosty, perhaps willing it into being. Ooh, and they got the...
Hey, there's parts of the tank farm that are already frosty.
Well, yeah, but we want to see Frosty ship, Alex.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Fair.
The Goated One, thank you for becoming a Red Team member, Sausage becoming a Pad Rat member, and AE also becoming a Pad Rat member. Thank you all so much for the support. Again, we seriously can't do this without the Membies, as I am going to admit to calling you all. I love you, Membies. Thank you for the support.
Oh, is that the explosives bunker?
That is the explosives bunker, Alex. And
Then
you know what?
Anymore.
In Starbase Update, which is going to come out today, so everybody watching this should keep an eye out for that video, which is coming soon. We talk about some interesting developments that happened over the last week regarding the explosives bunker. But I'm not going to say what.
I love that we call it an explosives bunker, and it's like some container.
It's an
shattered
explosives.
together.
It's an explosives shipping container. I mean, really, that's what it is.
That's basically what it is.
It's amazing. There it is.
Look at that.
Fun fact: you see that little? I might be spoiling Starbase Update a little bit here. You see that little yellow light there on the top right of the container that's flashing? They put that there when there are explosives inside the explosives container.
And that orange sign there, the one,
Yep.
it also shows up when something else shows up. So-
Interesting.
Yeah.
Yet another good sign for Flight 4. Of course, we're talking about the FTS charges were delivered. And if you want to know more, watch Starbase. You know, I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to leave everyone hanging, okay?
you just said you weren't going to do it, and then you do it. Like, Jack, come on.
Sorry,
I just love the jankiness of that thing, because it's like, it's a container that it's not even, like, it's almost rusting already.
I mean...
They have that AC thing there.
C4 is pretty stable. Plastic explosives are pretty stable. You can light C4 on fire and it won't blow up. So, I mean, just watch Mythbusters.
It's still hilarious.
It is hilarious.
It is funny. It's true.
Yeah.
I like to just imagine that little mini split AC unit, and it's like, you got a lot riding on you, buddy. And it is quite comical. I mean, we talk about Starhopper having weathered a lot of all of the different launches that it's been in close proximity to, and all the debris that it's taken straight to the face. This shipping container, similarly, to paraphrase, has seen some stuff.
Yeah, it's got a bunch of HESCO barriers on the other side just protecting it. That's all it's got.
Let's see. Let's do some more questions as we wait for more activity. Alex, is this venting anything? Where are we at? Any updates on timeline or flow?
Yeah, this is the usual flow. We're seeing more and more activity from the tank farm. Now, a lot of that liquid oxygen and liquid nitrogen and everything essentially, both the liquid nitrogen and the liquid oxygen, are flowing through, getting to the subcoolers. Especially the liquid nitrogen really needs to get to the subcoolers. That is a really special important thing. Again, the subcoolers, they are basically like a tank where you put a lot of liquid nitrogen inside, and then you flow through a bunch of little pipes, where you go through with those pipes. That pipe through that liquid, you carry the liquid oxygen or the liquid methane, and meanwhile the liquid nitrogen outside, you put it down to really cold temperatures, much colder than boiling temperature, and then that essentially makes it go into that makes the methane and the oxidizer to be colder. The colder they are, the denser they are, the more you can pack on the tanks. That's subcooling for you. That's something that they have already done on Falcon 9, and they are of course doing that on Starship as well. But then you can see those subcoolers, the liquid oxygen subcooler side of things, they are evacuating all of that gaseous nitrogen, because the nitrogen turns into gas, so they need to vent all of that overboard as they condition those subcoolers. Getting frosty, you can see there. Maybe if we can pan more to the right, we can maybe see even the feeder, the delivery line of the liquid oxygen. I don't even know how to call it, but yeah, there you can see some of that frost already appearing on the subcoolers.
I wonder why some of those lines have insulation, like you can see the little black insulation material, and other parts of it, it's like, yeah, no, we're not going to put any insulation there. Like
a little bit more to the right.
I wonder what drives that decision.
We're going back to the left.
If I remember correctly, they did put some insulation off, but I think it got blown off during one of the flights.
Oh, you don't say.
Almost there. Those are the pumps. You can see those black things on the bottom above the ticker. And Alex, there we go.
Where are you taking us, Alex?
Yeah, that's a liquid oxygen feed line.
Yep.
That comes all the way out there, from all the way in the distance. Those, that's where the liquid oxygen tanks are located, and then this pipe delivers that liquid oxygen to the subcoolers.
Neat. Booster 7 is asking, how would SpaceX test and build Block 2, and will Block 2 have Raptor 3? Well, I think the short answer right off the bat is they'll test it and build it just the same as they've been testing and building Starship so far.
Oh, hey, we're getting side by side of the same pipe. Look at that.
Yeah, there you go.
You can see it. Yes, the camera on the left is panning to the left to the area where the camera on the right side of the frame.
They're gonna look at each other soon.
Yes.
There we go.
Although there's a crane in the way, I think.
I just realized
you can kind of see it.
As we were talking earlier, that once the orbital tank farm is completely scrapoled, to use a technical term, the crane will probably leave the launch site, and there won't be a crane at the launch site anymore.
There's this certain thing, Jack, that's going to get built, which is going to need a decently sized crane.
I can't think of anything major that they're about to build at the launch site. What are you talking about?
I don't know, another pad. I mean, they're going to need an 11350 to build the tower. The 11,000 can't do it.
That was my next question: is aren't they going to need the big boy crane and not just the LR11K?
Why not have both? They used both to build the last pad the pad we're staring at.
That's true. They used it for the chopsticks lift, didn't they?
And also for the OLM.
The 11350 lifted the chopsticks on their own, all in one unit when they reconfigured it.
Yeah.
They did a tandem lift with the old Bucky 11,000, the yellow one, along with the Franken crane. They did a tandem lift with that. They could have done it with a single crane. They would have just had to spend a week or two reconfiguring the Franken crane to do it. They didn't want to wait 2 weeks. Little did we know this 2 weeks didn't really mean, well, anything.
Well, shaved a week off of the time they had to pay for the crane, probably.
Maybe that. But
I mean, it's like I imagine with a piece of equipment like that. Same with the sky crane. Gotta love the sky crane. The cost per day is probably bonkers. So you want to do whatever you can to limit the number of days on site.
As you'll see, again, we keep spoiling SBU at this point, but
Stop
they're
it. Stop
they're
it.
gonna need it again. A jack. They're going to need a sky crane again. Just to tell you, the AC units they still have to lift. You cannot get those with a crane.
Are you sure? Don't toy with my heart.
I'm pretty sure they can't reach those with a crane. It's a pretty long lever arm.
Can we
Or
set
they'd
up
have
some
to-
kind of like flight aware notification so that when the sky crane arrives at BRO, like every device in a 50-foot radius of me just goes bonker? Can we set that up? One of our software people, please.
And not only that, it won't be here for long because it only has to lift like another 5 or 6 of them, and that's about it. Yeah. So my guess is it'll be back.
Don't toy with my heart. I'm in my head. They'll just get some kind of small crane back there or something. But I don't know, I'll take your word for it. We'll see what happens. Robert is asking, how close are we for a full orbit without Rudd? Well, there's a lot of talk about Flight 5 maybe being a catch attempt, but would Flight 5 maybe be an orbit attempt if Flight 4 goes well? That's something we haven't really covered.
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know if they'll do a full orbit with a block 1/version 1 of Starship. They might. I was always thinking it would be maybe Ship 31, but, well, good old Sparky here. Well, I don't know if it'll do that. Maybe 32. Or they may wait to do a full orbit with a version 2/block 2 ship. I don't know, to be honest. Depends on how comfortable they are with the. It entirely depends on if they think they can get to the orbit and then get out of the orbit using an in-space burn with the Raptor engine. Are they comfortable with that? If they are, then they'll do it. If not, then who knows?
Alex, what do you think?
I'm
Don't weasel out of it. Don't weasel out of it.
I'm not weaseling out of it. I'm literally telling you. Oh boy, it's so hard. What I was gonna say is that the thinking that I've had for a while is that they'll probably gonna go to an actual orbit with version 2 rather than version 1. But we'll see. That's my usual thing. We'll see what happens.
Interesting. Sponge 1310 is asking, will the new tower be exactly the same as the current one, or will they make it bigger to accommodate future boosters and ships? I don't think it's going to be taller or anything, but I don't know. Ryan, what do you think? Second tower at Starbase going to be basically the same as the first one, or do you think they'll make some informed changes and adjustments, even if it's just like the shortened chopsticks that we've seen at KSC?
Well, based off all the sections, it's going to be the same height. I mean, we don't know if the foundation itself will change, like the big concrete foundation will change in height. That might change. There's always that possibility. They haven't built it yet. We know that the chopsticks will be shorter. They'll be the same ones that are at 39A. They don't need that much room. I think they should be a little bit longer than they are, but, that's just me. I'm not an engineer. And of course, they already have it all set up and ready to go for, a lot of the lines are already installed in the sections. As we've seen them roll the sections from the port to Sanchez, which they rolled another one last night. That should have been section 1.
I know they did. Ask me how I know.
Yeah, right.
Because the road was closed.
How do you know?
Yeah, Jack, how do you know?
Continue.
And we saw that they're actually preparing this tower a lot more than they have the last one. Like, they've got all the gas lines already installed. They even have an argon line that's installed already. So basically, rather than having to carry tanks up to do welding, to like weld the sections together, all they'll have to do is tap into that line and do their welding. So as they stack the tower. So SpaceX has definitely learned from past experience on how to build this thing. It'll probably go up even quicker than the last one, the one at KSC, which went up pretty quickly. But it's not going to be any taller. There's probably going to be also subtle differences that we'll see as they build it and as they work on it at Sanchez, because they've done some stuff at the port. They're still doing stuff to sections at Roberts Road. We still wait to see whether or not the QD arm is going to move at all. I don't know yet. But as far as I can tell, they haven't moved the attach points for that. So
We shall see. Let's see a couple more questions here, and then we'll do a status report. SD's asking, will they complete the second tower before Flight 5 to have backup? I highly doubt it.
no, it won't be ready that quick. Like, a fully operational integration tower, if we're taking into account like the chopsticks being able to work, being able to catch, or being able to even lift a vehicle, well, first it's going to need an OLM to be able to lift a vehicle onto, and we haven't even seen any indication of them building that yet. I'll just say this, along with probably some more environmental approval. Yes, environmental approval, because I think they're going to need a little bit more with that. And then just building it 18 to 24 months until it's operational. So, nowhere close it's going to be ready for the next flight.
Yeah, it might be ready for flight, I don't know, 10 or 11. Probably far past that, depending on how the cadence here goes.
Mm-hmm.
Kane L is asking, any signs of the massive crane used to stack tower around Starbase yet? That's sort of what we were talking about. That we're kind of like on a tower segment. Sawyer would approve. But no, the crane used for stacking of the first tower was, and also the tower in KSC, although it was a different crane, was a Liebherr LR. What is it?
11,350.
Thank you. 11,350. AKA a big honkin' crane. And no, there's no sight of it around Starbase yet. And also, they haven't poured the foundation for the tower yet, that big concrete base. And the ground itself is also not ready. So it'll be a bit.
Trust me, when that thing shows up,
we'll know.
You'll know.
Yeah.
You'll see these massive tracks show up, along with the cab and in the entire assembly, and all the crane truss parts, power boom. You'll see all of it show up. It'll be pretty obvious when it gets here.
Indeed. Man, really just beautiful lighting this morning on the full stack. Absolutely gorgeous.
I wish it was a launch morning.
Kind of wish I had a time lapse set up.
I wasn't gonna say that. I'm not Kevin, but
Yeah, Jack, wouldn't it be great if you had a time-lapse camera out there?
That's true. It would be great. Liz McQuaid, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That's extremely generous of you. Thank you so much, Liz.
Did you see anything, Ryan?
I heard no.
I think they're moving. Yeah, they're moving the roadblock back.
Oh, there you go.
Excellent. This is a typical thing that we see on full wet dress rehearsal and launch days. They move the roadblock that sits at Highway 4 and LBJ back up the road towards Richardson Avenue and Highway 4 to get out of the blast danger area.
Yeah, I don't know if we can see that roadblock, but that will be great.
So, Alex, where are we at, and what are we waiting to see next?
Yeah, so the next thing should be, we're seeing all of that tank farms pulling up, and the condition. It's essentially just conditioning the whole of all the pipes and the subcoolers and whatnot. Essentially filling them up and getting them up to speed, up to their temperatures, rather down to their temperatures, because they're cooling them down and conditioning them. So once that's finished, it usually takes about 2 hours or so to finish. Then they start the conditioning of the lines that go up to the tower and also up to the overall launch mount. So that's the next step that we're looking for. That'll be evidenced by 2 vents, one on the OLM and one on the tower, which we call the OLM vent and the tower vent. We're not really, thinking some weird acronym or weird name to name them. It's a vent that happens on the OLM. Let's call that OLM vent. A vent that happens on the tower vent.
Wow.
Yeah, right. We're gonna have to call them Alice and Bob. I don't know, the usual thing of calling Alice and Bob.
Wait. Okay, hold on. Pause.
Wait.
First off,
Okay, I pause.
The usual thing of calling Alice and Bob, is that a cultural thing that I don't understand?
Oh well, maybe it's very usual in science. When you have like a thought experiment and you have Alice and Bob, because it's A and B, it's subject A and B, so Alice and Bob.
That makes sense.
Nice. With all the people saying that raptors are feet, I caution you against saying the vents are Alice and Bob, because people are going to absolutely start calling them that now.
Yeah.
Sylvia is asking, what steel is used for Starship? That's 401L?
304L.
Oh my gosh. I should know this. 304L.
Your basic stainless is 301. Some of your cookware might be like 301 or even 304 or like 304L. Really depends on what it is, but yeah, Starship uses 304L because it's a little bit different alloy and it's a little bit better with cryogenic temperatures and whatnot.
Do you think they're still using?
301.
You think they're still using L, or do you think they've switched over to a proprietary X formula?
I don't
Chemical
know.
X.
The real question on that is if we could see labels of the steel rolls that come in. The problem is we rarely see that anymore. We rarely see the steel rolls come in, and usually those were the labels where we saw like what thickness it is, which is it's either 4 millimeters or it's 3.96 millimeters, which is it's because it's the conversion between imperial and metric on different suppliers is basically what that is. So, and there's not really that much of a difference between 0.04 on that. But we don't really know if they switched over to their 30X or whatever it is that they were, or it's like 304X, what they were looking at or something along those lines. I know I'd heard they were looking at it, but I don't know if they've come up with one. So, yeah.
Jesme in chat says they used to use 304 Twitter, but moving to 304X. That's a quality joke. That's a quality joke, Jesme. Very topical. It was really good.
That was a great side.
It's moments like that where I'm glad that I keep chat open and keep an eye on it. Good job, Jesme, 2006.
Oh my god.
Minor downfall, thank you for the support. They say, does Starship have some chance to compete against Ariane 6? Didn't we answer this in a recent stream?
Yeah.
I mean,
there's no such thing as Ariane 7 that I know of.
much less with nuclear propulsion.
That would even happen within the next 50 years, let alone 5.
I mean, it's safe to say Starship, when it comes online, even if it does a fraction of what it's supposed to do, there's going to be very little to no competition. Vivi,
Hey, you guys talked about in the NSA in the Flame Trench, as it's called. Like, as you were saying, even if Starship does even 80% of what it's advertised to do, there really isn't anything out there that could compete with it. And I'm hoping, as EJ had said, I'm hoping this thing does like 120% of what it wants to do. You know, more. I'll go for more. But yeah.
Vivi, thanks for becoming a Red Team member. Stefano, thank you for grabbing the patch, the Flight 4 patch from the store. It's a beautiful patch. And there's only so many. We only ordered so many. Same with all the previous patches. The Flight 3 patch, gone. So if you want the Flight 4 patch, get it while you can. Hunter, also... Oh no, they got the Re-Entry Club shirt. Nice. They say this turnaround is simply incredible. Isn't it? It really is wild. Hope to see Starship make it all the way through Re-Entry and actually see the whole Re-Entry. Yeah, that... Oh man, you and me both, buddy. 42 Space, thank you for the support. They say, I suggest a rewatch of Starhopper's Big Day. It's really nice to remember how far this channel has flown. Pun for Sawyer. I know Sawyer will appreciate that. Well, we didn't stream Starhopper's flight. That was an Everyday Astronaut stream. Shout out to Tim. Because we didn't stream from Starbase back then. But yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy to think how far things have come in the last 5 years, and where they will be in the next 5 years. That is also just wild to think about. Let's see. Matt is asking, will there be any sort of cargo simulation or mass simulator on Flight 4? Have we heard anything about that?
As far as I know, there's nothing. We haven't seen him put anything into it. It has a Pez dispenser like the last, like Ship 28 did. And they, as far as I know, they have not put anything into it. It's not saying that they couldn't put something into it, but I don't think they will.
Gwen, thank you for the purchase of the patch. They say go Flight 4 and NSF. Java is asking, what's left after this wet dress rehearsal before IFT4? Ryan?
Ooh, what's left? Well, really just kind of the work on Ship 29 to get it ready for flight, and then I think that really all that's left after that is a license. That is if the FAA approves the safety determination. And that's kind of it, really. Then they should be ready to go. I don't think there's anything else with the launch pad that needs to be done, assuming this goes well. I don't see Booster 11 rolling back. There isn't a work stand for it to go onto, so it would roll back just to sit at the production site. So my assumption is it's just going to stay on the OLM until it's ready to fly.
I would be so happy.
Yeah.
You can see there are more condensation now on the methane subcoolers as well.
Excellent.
That's what we're seeing on the left-hand view.
What are you expecting for start of the OLM vent and getting into really the serious business here?
Based on the previous testing, I'm thinking maybe within an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes for for OLM and tower vent starting, just based on the previous test that we saw of the partial tanking test. That could be, yeah. I'm looking at other stuff as well from previous testing.
Good deal. Well, we'll keep doing questions while we wait for the next phase of things to continue, but that roadblock moving was definitely a good sign. Sylvia's asking, will we see Ship 26 fly? I'm asking this question to make Kevin happy.
No,
Well, I said to make Kevin happy.
it's not gonna fly. My guess is that it will do a cryo, maybe a static fire, and that'll be it. And that's the end of its life. It gets scrapped. There is no reason to fly it. The modifications required to make that thing flight worthy are not worth it. They're not. Fly 32 instead. It's like, so you take a look. Ship 26 was built even before 28, and we already saw all the changes needed on 28 to make it flight worthy. And 28 even had some upgrades over 26. It's not gonna fly. It won't. No.
Alex, what do you think?
No, it will not fly.
Sorry, Kevin. Sausage is asking, did any of you put your hand up to film Rocket Lab at Mahia? Yes, I did. Fingers crossed.
I didn't, because I'm a very clumsy person with a camera on my hands. Let's put it that way.
Oh, don't put yourself down.
No, truly, it's for real.
I mean, we weren't streaming when I said this earlier, so nobody has any idea what I'm talking about. But Alex, I still want you to send me content from your travels to the NSF meetup.
I don't know. We'll see.
Absolutely gorgeous morning for a wet dress rehearsal. What a gorgeous view. Nice little sliver of morning light on the heat shield there. Just beautiful. Michael, thank you for grabbing the Flight 4 patch. They say, wow, it's just simply amazing how much SpaceX and the facility, Starship and Booster, and especially you, the NSF team, and your infrastructure have grown since the tank watching days. Thanks for everything you guys do. All of you, NSF. Jeez. Michael, what am I even supposed to say to that? That is extremely kind of you to say, and you're 100% correct. Our infrastructure in Starbase, and honestly at Kennedy Space Center and McGregor, and our deployable stuff has grown so much over time in the same way that Starbase has. They've grown sort of alongside each other, and it's simply because you guys keep coming out and watching the streams, hitting the like button, telling your friends about us, buying the merch. I can't thank you all enough. From all of us here, we would not be able to do what we do without you. And you know what? There's people out there who either choose not to or just can't support us monetarily. So y'all are helping out, bring this content to everybody, and helping us grow. There's so much cool stuff we could do. So thank you. Hey, is that a tower vent I see?
It is.
Oh, look at that. Well, that's a lot ahead of what I expected, so that's good.
Yeah, it is ahead.
Because then we're getting a fully frosted stack even sooner.
Hooray!
Change to the time, huh? So when did that start?
Well, the chines have been venting for a while. I've seen some venting from the chines. So they're already on carbon dioxide load on those chines. Usually takes a few hours to load them. They keep venting every now and then. But that's interesting, yeah. It's a bit ahead of... Oh, and OLM vent has already started as well. Usually starts around the same time. So we have that tower vent, and we also have OLM vent already starting.
Didn't you just guess like an hour?
Yeah, because in previous times it took 2 hours from from the tank farm starting up to tower vent and oil vent. So today they have been going a little bit faster.
Yeah,
hang on.
The full. Well, okay. Actually, Alex, here's what we can look at. So so the recondenser started at around 6:54 or so, but the original start of the Pope vent was around 6:09.
6:09, yeah.
So
which I mean, 2 hours after, or almost 2 hours after that,
which
8:09. So
which
we
tracks.
are more or less. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because today the Pope vent did a weird thing, and so that's what we're talking here. People are probably confused. They're talking about times. So the Pope vent today began around 6:09 a.m. Central. And as I was saying before, it usually takes about 2 hours. But there was a catch today where the Pope vent then stopped and then came back again. And the thing is, it's probably that start time, the one that we should have probably taken, or that I should probably have taken, because when it came back again, we thought, oh, now it is when we have to take it into account. But it looks like it was the original time. So it was the original time, and it was 6:09, and yeah, so this is essentially the other steps that I have to put on my spreadsheet.
Nice.
This also kind of means that the at least the chill down process of that tanking test a few days ago was more SpaceX just either taking it slow or messing around with stuff. Is kind of really what that meant.
Maybe.
Yeah. Is that the yeah, that's the methane subcoolers really spooling up too.
Yeah, they're loading them.
Yep.
I mean, in case we were not clear enough, and I say we, I should say I, in case I wasn't clear enough so far in the stream, today is a big deal. I mean, they're loading thousands and thousands of tons of volatile methane and oxygen into this experimental prototype rocket on an experimental prototype launch pad at an experimental prototype launch site in the middle of nowhere in Texas. This is not a thing to be trifled with. That is why Boca Chica Village is evacuated. That is why the road and the beach are closed. That is why we're live. And that's why we're excited on what's going to happen today, because it's a huge milestone. It's the final test before Flight 4. And, I mean, it's serious business. Anytime you have this amount of flammable, combustible, whatever you want to call it, materials, it's something to take seriously. So I just want to throw that out there for perhaps newer viewers, or for anyone that thinks that with our banter we aren't taking things seriously. I mean, we're having fun answering questions, but it's a serious day. Wow, that tower vent is really going.
Yep. And remember, it'll stop and then come back. That is the key with the tower vent. The Olan vent, on the other hand, it starts very weak, very low in power, and then it ramps up. It goes all the way up.
Yeah,
it doesn't stop. Once it stops, it's already lock slowed.
So both the OLM vent and the tower vent are them purging the lines and cooling them down in anticipation of flowing the cryogenic propellants through them. So right now we're seeing them basically purge or blow, or whatever you want to call it, nitrogen through those lines to get them to the appropriate temperature, right?
Oxygen. In the case of these, what we're seeing vented is gaseous oxygen. It's very similar to what we see on the venting that we see on the Chine, that's probably gaseous carbon dioxide. But the one that we're seeing from the Olan vent and the tower vent, that is, most definitely gaseous oxygen, and it's very similar to what we see on the transporter reactor on Falcon 9, where we see that T-20-minute vent. What they do is they flow that liquid oxygen through that line. They condition it. They essentially, bring down that temperature on the pipe. But that means that the oxygen, it boils off. It becomes gas, and so you need to throw that out somewhere, and that's where those vents are for. So you see the Olan vent, the tower vent. What you're seeing is that sort of reaction of being able to throw out that liquid oxygen. That's the gaseous oxygen. That's why when that vent stops on the OLM, not on the tower, but on the OLM, when that stops on the OLM, we know it is the start of the liquid oxygen load, because if you were to try to load liquid oxygen on the booster while the vent is ongoing, all your liquid oxygen will go through that vent. It will not go to the booster, right? Because you will have a leak essentially in your line. But if you close that line, if you close that OLM vent, then you can start loading propellant onto the booster. And the same thing happens once the booster is completely full. We're gonna see the OLM vent coming back. They're gonna be draining back that pipe, not the entire pipe, but the one that goes up to the booster, to be able to clear it out from a lot of that liquid oxygen that has been left inside. And we're gonna see today, but on launch day it wouldn't happen, but today we're obviously gonna see a drain back as well once they go through the entire propellant sequence. When there is drain back, the same thing happens. The OLM vent stops, and then they start a drain back, essentially draining back that liquid oxygen through. If you had the OLM vent open, if you had that vent open, then that drain back will be through that vent instead of through the pipe. You will be essentially dumping off that liquid oxygen instead of being able to reclaim it back to the tank farm. And so that is something that it's very important for us to see, precisely because it tells us what is the flow of that liquid oxygen. It's very important.
Good deal. And what is all of this venting that we're seeing coming from the ground? Is that just more chill down?
Ryan, if you want to take it?
Yeah, sure. I can take it this time. Yeah, basically it's just chill down of everything. A lot of this is coming from the LOX subcoolers, because they're a little bit off to the side. You can't really see the outlets anymore. They're all obscured by clouds. Kevin's cloud report reporting in, by the way. But yeah, it's just venting as they chill everything down and just vent it out. That's really
this one in particular is from the tank farm side, the one that we're seeing here in front. Because the tank farm, you think about the location of this camera, the tank farm is towards the right-hand side of this camera, and so you have all of these things are being chilled down on the tank farm. They're already conditioned, and they need to dump all of that, because conditioning means cooling things down, and that also means all the things get heated up and become gas, and you have nitrogen and oxygen being dumped. That is essentially what we're seeing here. All of that nitrogen and oxygen, that is being used to condition the lines to be able to fuel the rocket today. That is what we're seeing here on these huge venting. Of course, there's a lot of things that need to be conditioned. So that's why there's a lot of condensation and venting and all of those clouds, because there's a lot. There's a lot of little pipes, a lot of big pipes, a lot of subcoolers and whatnot. So you see a lot more venting than even the OLM and tower vent, because there's a lot more surfaces that are giving off that well, not giving off, but rather taking in the heat and cooling off the air around them. And so that's what you see there, that condensation, that venting, and it's always cool to see that. And, they vent that obviously, and then it kind of blankets the near, the area near the launch mount. But then you can see a very healthy tower vent, a very healthy OLM vent. The tower vent will probably disappear in just a few minutes and then come back again. That'll be the second tower vent, so to speak.
You know what I just realized I somehow never thought about? There's a single tower vent and a single OLM vent, right? But there's an oxygen line and a methane line for both. They don't just purge the oxygen line only, right?
Well, you cannot vent the methane, so what do? You reclaim it. So that's what they do with the methane. The methane also needs to be conditioned. The methane pipe also needs to be cold. So, but they cannot vent the methane overboard. Here we're seeing that oxygen being vented overboard because they can. Again, just like they do with Falcon 9, we see that as well. That cloud of gaseous oxygen coming up from the Stromback and from the tank itself even on the tanks, if you think about it, because they load gaseous methane for the ullage to be able to fill in that methane. That methane is also recaptured. When they load propellant, they recapture that methane, that gaseous methane as well. You can see that, for example, on other rockets that are using methane. For example, Vulcan has a QD, so to speak, on the methane tank that recaptures the gaseous methane that is used for the tank as well, or like for the boil off from the tank. You can see that also on hydrogen tanks. If you remember the gaseous, what is it called? It was the goop or whatever it's called.
The
that
ground
is
umbilical carrier plate.
There
Yeah.
you go.
I like
If
to
remember
imagine
correctly-
Sawyer just like, if he's asleep, just like woke up in a cold sweat, just
So
like.
the whole deal with that
Yeah.
that plate was precisely to recapture the gaseous hydrogen from the external tank, from the hydrogen on the external tank, to be able to recapture it, because you can also not, like, hydrogen, it's very dangerous when you vent it, so you cannot vent it overboard. You can with the oxygen, but the hydrogen you cannot. So SLS, for example, also has another QD for that, to recapture the gaseous hydrogen. Starship also has a, through the main QD, they have also that recapture. Some of these, high resolution pictures, you can see those labels, and they have, recapturing of the gaseous methane from the tanks on Starship. So, that's how they solve that. That's how they solve that issue. They just recapture it. And there you can see the tower vent is dying off. That's completely normal. It'll come back, and once it comes back with even more power. Because if you saw it, it was
Speaking of more
gorgeous.
power,
Then, exactly, yeah, the OLM vent is also growing up as well as the tower vent dies off.
Yeah, the OLM vent really going now. Not quite waterfall mode, but we're getting there. Exactly what we want to see as SpaceX continues to progress into today's wet dress rehearsal with the Flight 4 stack. Musical Wolves, thanks for the super chat. Always love seeing your name pop up. They say, will we get full view of re-entry, assuming it makes it through re-entry? Hopefully.
fingers crossed.
Maybe not like the entire time unbroken. Like, imagine the Falcon 9 booster landings on the drone ships. Like, we had no video, or we had video from a chase plane or something, and then we had some patchy video, and then now it's like we get video the whole way down, and then very recently we've started to get audio from the drone ships as well. So I suspect a similar progression with re-entry cameras on ship over time. Also, Musical Wolves asking, will it cook bacon through re-entry? Alas, no, I don't think so, but that sure would be delicious. Ninja Decimator, pew pew pew. Thank you for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Always love seeing your name pop up. Tim with a store purchase, grabbing the Flight 4 patch. They say thank you for all your tireless work. Thank you, Tim. Chris also grabbing the Flight 4 patch. Ooh, and the Flight 1 patch. Nice. I'm going to say it again. Once they're gone, they're gone. So, yeah. Get them while they last. Daniel grabbing the Flight 4 patch as well. They say thanks for the great coverage. Got another patch. Thanks, Dan. Matthew grabbing the patch and a shirt. They say when Flight 4 shirts. You just got one. Didn't you just get one? Oh, you got the re-entry one. So we have the Flight 4 patch design is available on shirts. And I don't want to leak too much here, but there might be some launch day specific stuff like we like to do. But for now, you see what we got. Steve grabbing the NSF logo sticker. Nice. They say, my contribution for Jack's kayak fund so we can get some re-entry shots. What are the possibilities to have more coverage of future static fires at Massey's, a barge maybe? Keep up the great work, lads. Yeah, Massey's is tricky. We'll see what we can do, is what I'll say. Definitely something that has not escaped our attention. Ironclad, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. Very generous of you. That's 10 people now that get to experience the membership program that might not otherwise have been able to. Let's see. Moto Ken's upgrading to Capcom. Thank you for doing that. That's awesome. At Capcom level and above, you get Discord access. So pop into Discord and say hey, and I will greet you with my customary Forrest Gump waving gif. The coveted Forrest Gump waving gif. So we're just waiting for propellant load to start. And we're answering your questions. So if you have any questions at NASA Spaceflight, they'll pop up in some software we have running in the background. Exotic is asking, how many spreadsheets does Alex have? Alex, how many spreadsheets do you have?
Yes.
You have so many spreadsheets that you need a spreadsheet to keep track of your spreadsheets?
No, not really. I have them organized to a certain degree that I don't need a spreadsheet for my spreadsheets.
Oh. Let's see, one more question here. Khalid is asking, how do they prevent LOX and methane from boiling off in the tank farm? Ryan? Is that all just the vaporizers and liquid nitrogen magic?
Well, it boils off on its own. For methane, they will recapture the gas, recondense it, and put it back in. There's always losses, though, because nothing's ever a perfect seal. And then LOX and LN2, it'll boil off sometime, and they usually just vent it out. Like you'll see at times during the night. If we're looking at the new horizontal tanks, you'll literally see those vents just start going, because they basically have a vent stack per tank. Once those vents start going, basically it's a relief valve. So if the boil off gets too much and the pressure gets too much, they just vent it away. They don't try to recapture that because there's more hardware involved that they need to do it. So basically they would need 3 separate recapture systems, and getting LOX and LN2 is not that difficult per se, and they can't vent methane with, at least not any significant quantities, without like EPA approval and stuff. So that's why they have to recapture that. Plus it's dangerous.
It is, as we know from SN4.
Is that supposed to be igniting in the flare stack?
Stop it. Stop it.
Why?
Stop it. You know what I won't stop, though? Talking about how cool our Flight 4 merch is. Haha. Somebody was just asking about shirts. There are Flight 4 shirts in the form of the sick patch design in shirt form and hoodie form, long sleeve and short sleeve. Multiple different colors. It's such a cool design. Also, it comes on a patch. I'm throwing Kevin curveballs here. The patch, though. I know I've been thanking people for picking it up, but let's just take a moment and look at it. Look at that stitching. It is insanely high quality. And if you got our Flight 3 patch or any of our previous patches, you know that we take this stuff seriously, and it is absolutely gorgeous. Pauline and the store team did fantastic work, and once again, I just have to underscore that once they're gone, they're gone. So, yeah, hint, hint, is what I'll say there. All right, let's do some more questions. Zap Fan Zappin. Asking,
Zap Fan, yeah.
Is Village already evacuated? Yeah, Village was evacuated, I believe, early this morning, like 7 a.m. So, and we already saw the roadblock getting moved back. So, all the pieces are in place for a wet dress rehearsal today. Booster 4's Gridfin is asking, assuming all goes well today, will Ship 29 go back to the build site for tile fixes? or will that happen at the launch site?
I think it'll go back. It's easier to do that stuff in a bay than it is to do out at the launch site.
Alex, what do you think?
I think it'll go back. It's not really that big of a deal if it goes back. It's a quick trip. We saw, for example, Booster 10 in between when they tried the wet dress rehearsal for Flight 3. They tried it twice before they were not able to go successfully through the wet dress for that full stack. So they destacked. They went with Booster back to the production site, and it stayed there for a week and a half until it went back again to the launch pad. So it's not really that big of a deal if it needs to come back for like a week or two. It's probably okay.
It's probably okay.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty forceful statement, Alex. I don't know. Is that do you want to revise and maybe hedge a little more?
I'm good.
Speaking of good, we're getting a good amount of venting from both the tower and the OLM. And that is exactly what we want to see at this point in the flow today. Hooray!
They're proceeding apace.
The next thing will be that tower vent is gonna come back to life, so to speak, and that'll be the second part of that tower vent. While it comes back, we're essentially we're probably going to see soon venting from the subcoolers, from the methane subcoolers for the ship. And so what that will mean is that they have already started that, it's a very typical vent. It's not the kind of vent that we're seeing right now. That's, how to explain this? So, do you know when you for those that have a pet, for example, if you have a pet and then you say, hey, you want to go for a walk? And then it starts, jumping and running around and things like that, or the same with a treat or something like that. That's the kind of difference. Right now we are in, imagine your pet not having any sort of idea, and then you tell them, hey, let's go for a walk or whatever, and they start jumping. And that's where where the
an
methane...
interesting analogy there, Alex. That's
I'm
all
not
I'm gonna say.
but I'm just gonna say the thing that you're seeing there on the tank farm, that's not at all what you're gonna see in just a few minutes when they start loading this thing, because those subcoolers on the methane side, so essentially the ones that are right behind the full stack here, or the ones that are here on this view as well, it's like the other side of the tank farm, so to speak. But yeah, those subcoolers, there's one in particular that is precisely just for the ship load, and that's gonna be going like crazy. There's gonna be this vent that comes out of it, and it starts going bonkies, essentially, as Jack will say, and that's gonna be
Don't steal my
our
bit.
indication. That's gonna be our indication that they started the ship methane load for today's full stack testing, and it's somewhere around that time when that tower vent also comes back. So once that comes back, we also need to keep an eye on those subcoolers, because it happens within minutes. And then when it comes back, it doesn't really take that long for the tower vent to then disappear, and then they start the liquid oxygen load. It takes about 10 minutes for that, comeback of the tower vent. And
Got
within
it.
10 minutes, we have liquid oxygen load on the ship.
Sweet. Joey, Leo, thanks for the support. They say launch day predictions if WDR today goes well. I'm going to say June 4th. Ryan?
2 to 3 weeks.
Alex?
2 weeks.
He says with a sigh. Elizabeth, thank you for grabbing the Flight 4 patch. They say thank you, NSF, for being so fun and informative. Thank you. Claude, grabbing the patch. They say frosty ship, good sign, nice coverage. Try. Thank you, NSF. You are the best. Thank you. Richard, also with a store purchase. Ooh, they got the patch mug. They say thanks to all NSF people, brilliant coverage, awesome dedication to this historic stuff. You guys, so much support coming in. I'm like, I want to make sure I thank everybody, but I also, you know, I don't want to just spend the whole stream thanking people because you guys want to hear us talk about Starship. But seriously, we couldn't do this without you guys, and the support is just outstanding. Anonymous, grabbing the Flight 1 patch. Nice. I just love this spaceflight stuff, they say. Thanks for presenting this exciting chapter to us. I'm just glad that this exciting chapter exists.
Oh?
What, Alex? What?
Look at that.
Yeah,
That's
the
the venting that I was mentioning.
That's the ship methane subcooler going. So, huh.
A really good indication that we're progressing here for load of the methane. Yeah, there you go.
So how long until prop load?
It might already have been started with the methane on the ship. One interesting thing is that they start the methane differently, or at least the signs of starting is different from the tower vent. You'll see soon that tower vent coming back alive, and once it stops, it indicates the liquid oxygen load on the ship has started. However, the frost appears at the same time on both the methane and the liquid oxygen tank of the ship for whatever reason. I don't really know. It's like they line up so that both the frost on both tanks appears at the same time. That's always funny.
And that looks like waterfall in the OLM.
Alex, do you
Yeah.
concur?
Uh,
Do you concur? If not, it's close.
it appears that it is very early.
Be a bit early for it, but it does somewhat look like it.
What a beautiful machine. This is a thing that's going to space. I cannot stress that enough. This is a spaceship. We're looking at a spaceship. Just casually chit-chatting while we look at a spaceship from a camera that's like 300 feet away from it. The world's largest, nonetheless. It's kind of mind-boggling. Kevin, did you just break the 180? I think Kevin just broke the 180. Happy Cappy, thank you for the support. They say, will Starbase ever get to the point where evacuation of village and factory will not be required for wet dress rehearsals or launches? Launches? I don't think so. Wet dress rehearsals? Maybe.
I would say no. I would say no to either, because the keep out zone is not because it's a prototype. It's because it's a keep out zone because you're loading that much propellant on it. They keep the same kind of keep out zones for Falcon, for SLS, for whatever. So that won't change. It's going to be inconvenient, but it wasn't. They really didn't build it in a very convenient spot. So, yeah.
Okay, Jack.
Hi.
Can you explain to the audience what breaking the 180? I know what it is because Jamie tends to talk about that, but like.
No, we're not doing that right now.
People think that an actual system broke.
Oh.
Anyways, the tower vent came back.
Excellent.
There you go.
Yeah, breaking the 180 is a like video film TV thing. Don't worry about it.
But there we can see that that tower vent is coming back. So we are probably, on the partial tanking test, it was about 9 minutes, 8.5 minutes for that tower vent until it stopped again. So, maybe 8:44, 8:45. We'll see. But that will be for the start of the liquid oxygen load on the ship.
But the previous wet dress or propellant load test that we saw a couple days ago, didn't they load methane on the ship first?
Yeah, that's what we think it's already underway. We don't have confirmation yet because we haven't seen Frost, and all we have right now. Obviously, on launch day we'll probably have other indications, like an actual timeline from a SpaceX, but for start. But we have these indications, and so the ultimate confirmation of these things happening are obviously, when we see the Frost, that's a very clear indication that they're loading propellants on the booster and the ship. But yeah, for now, we see that dedicated subcooler for methane on the ship that is going off usually indicates that they're loading methane. But we will not have a formal confirmation until we actually see that frost coming off from the methane tank. Yep,
Yeah, here we've got a nice zoomed in shot. So hopefully we'll see frost as soon as it starts to form on the outside of the tank wall there.
Yeah, and just as a reminder, we're gonna get frost probably around the same time on both methane and oxygen tanks. So maybe a little bit lower, and we can see both at the same time. That will be, chef kiss.
Josh Zero, thanks for the super chat. They say strap a water tank to super heavy equals second coming of water tanks can fly. Water towers can fly. Nice. Man, I just can't get over how gorgeous the views are this morning. Absolutely beautiful day.
I always love the tower event when it comes back, because it comes back stronger, and you can it's just ginormous. It's big.
Yeah, it's a beautiful thing. I mean, on launch day, a lot of the time, at least personally, I'm stressed out about cameras and this and that, making sure gear is working and all those things. But we get the same views as launch day on a wet dress rehearsal. We get to see all of the infrastructure spool up, and you get to see the ship and booster get fully frosty. It's just really cool to see the vehicle come to life, and I guess the infrastructure as well. Grumpy Koala becoming a Red Team member, thank you. Matthew grabbing the Flight 4 patch shirt. They say, just noticed the shirts are already in the store, lol. Blake grabbing the patch. They say, great content, guys. You're doing a great job, and I look forward to catching you next time. Was that a pun? Like the booster's gonna get caught next time? I don't know. Adam also grabbing the patch. They say, cool beans. Cool ship here soon, hopefully. Jeremiah, also grabbing the Flight 4 patch. They say, I've followed the development of Starship and Starbase via NSF since the belly flop hops. While it is an absolute blast to track SpaceX's progress, it is every bit as exciting to witness the growth of NASA spaceflight. Thank you for the passionate hard work. You rock. Sincerely, Jeremiah Rich. I mean, again, I don't. Thank you, Jeremiah. I'm not quite sure what to say to that, other than a lot of hard work goes into everything we do. It's not just the voices you hear on stream. There's so many people it takes to make NSF work, and none of us could do any of this without all of your support. So, thank you. Finlay becoming a Capcom member. Pop into Discord and say, hey, because you get Discord access at Capcom and above. Michael grabbing something from the store. They say, thank you for the wonderful coverage. Ooh, they got the patch. Rusty Android, thank you for the super chat. They say, I know it wouldn't happen and SpaceX wouldn't do it, but it would be hilarious if SpaceX decided what the hell and launched. You say that. You say that, but something SN8 something FAA.
If they decided to launch this thing, let's just say they wouldn't be launching Starship again for a very long time. Let's just say that.
Yep.
Yeah, the FAA would completely shut them down. Even with, I wouldn't even put it past the FAA even with the DoD contracts and NASA, to suspend Falcon 9 for a little bit even. I wouldn't put it past them to do that if they pull something like that. So, no, they won't do that.
Neil, thanks for grabbing the patch. They say thank you for the great coverage. Here's to a successful test, then launch. Tom Dalton, thank you for the super chat. They say, does Alex have a spreadsheet for crispness of bacon? What is with chat and bacon today? I mean, we generally talk about. I mean, yeah, but I feel like it's extra today. I don't know what's going on. I mean, I did have a double extra bacon breakfast taco from the gas station, so.
Well, going back to the test today, I guess. We're getting through those final moments here of that OLM and tower event. We are just very short few minutes away from seeing frost all on both vehicles. That tower event really going healthy and strong, and that's what we want to see. But what we also want to see is it disappearing, because that'll indicate that liquid oxygen load has begun on the ship. And, you know, the same thing we also want to see on the OLM vent. We want to see it go away, because that'll be liquid oxygen load on the booster.
I'm looking forward to it. Let's get some frost forming on this vehicle. Dang it.
And I don't know, because I just saw that we had a notification going out from next spaceflight. I don't know if people in chat maybe are coming from that. It would be cool if we had people, hey, you're coming back from the app.
Oh,
we have that neat.
You just saw. You saw that next spaceflight had a notification?
Yeah.
Yeah, because we have that neat thing where we send
saw that?
notifications when tests happen.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you just saw that. Okay.
Yeah, you didn't send the notification yourself or anything.
Okay, I also said that, yeah. That's what I do. Yeah, it's one of my duties to be able to, to alert people when things happen at Starbase. And so this is one of those things that we do as well. Testing notifications.
Yeah, people always ask me, like friends or what have you, will ask me like, oh man, when's the next launch? And I'm always like, dude, next spaceflight. It's the resource.
It's in the name.
Right? It's the resource you need to be using, whether it's the website or the app or what have you. It's fantastic. And it's part of the NSF umbrella. So yeah, next spaceflight. Hi, anybody that came here from next spaceflight. Say hi in chat. I'm looking at chat. Say hi in chat.
Wow, look at that. The methane subcooler is going even bonkiers. I guess that's a word. I don't know.
I would say this is.
Bonkiers.
I would classify this as going ham. This is definitely.
Okay.
They're definitely.
See,
going
we go
ham.
from bacon to ham.
The tower vent. Tower vent looks like it just shut down.
Yeah, it kind of looks like it. So we have liquid oxygen load on the ship. We're gonna get frost really, really soon. The funny thing is, we saw frost on the previous one within like 8 minutes. So essentially 8 minutes from now, or even less than that, we should start seeing frost on the ship tanks.
Fantastic. And so, roughly 50 minutes from the start of prop load to when we think the sequence would be complete. So hopefully by what? 10 a.m. local? We'll see a fully frosty stack?
Less than that.
Less than that. It will probably be 9:30.
Yeah, about
probably
9:30.
shooting for 9:30.
I was
Yeah.
being
9:30,
conservative.
Yeah.
Sometimes you don't know if there's going to be a hold or something, but yes.
Either
hopefully sooner.
9:30 or 9:40 or something like that.
Yeah, something like that.
Probably shooting for.
Unless they've somehow decreased their prop load time. I don't know how they would, but it's
Yeah.
SpaceX, so who knows?
It will be 10 a.m. if it were the old one that they used on Flight 1 and Flight 2.
Yeah.
Oh, you can start seeing some condensation already on the liquid oxygen tank.
Excellent. Yeah, you can see the discoloration of the steel there.
Yep.
Sweet.
But it is important to know that, sometimes, even though they don't have a launch today, they need to track down a imaginary T0, right? Because you have a countdown, and so you need to count down to something, even if you're just rehearsing the launch. And so what we're trying to mean when we say, oh, they're targeting 9:30 or 9:40, this is not a launch, right? But they obviously have some kind of test T0 that they need to shoot for to be able to rehearse all of the same processes that they do for a launch. So given the signs that we're seeing, it kind of looks like they're shooting for 9:30, 9:40. And do you know what that means? Sometimes when they do these wet dress rehearsals, that means they also activate the detonation suppression system, which is that mist of water that they power right underneath of the engines. But also when they detank, because this is something that it's interesting, for previous wet dress rehearsals, they activate the deluge, but after they have detanked the rocket. So maybe today, even after they already have tested, the whole fueling sequence, don't go away, because there's going to be more action. There's going to be that detonation suppression system activation, and there's probably going to be maybe even a deluge test. Because that whole launch pad area, you can see it's very clear, apart from all of the clouds, but that's normal. But there's no, trailers, cranes, lifts, or whatever. So they could, in theory, do a deluge test. And, in the past, it has been while they were detanking, while they were draining back those propellants, then they did a deluge test. So definitely something to look out for in that step of the process.
Right. We actually had a question from Daveldod asking if wet dress rehearsals usually include a test of the deluge system. Have they done it every time, or just like most of the time?
Well,
I guess for Flight 1 wet dress rehearsal, it didn't exist.
Yeah, they've done it.
Yeah.
They've done it for both WDRs that they've had the deluge for. So yeah, they do it. They'll probably
even
do it
on
again.
one of the, even I think on one of these scrubbed wet dress rehearsals for Flight 3, I think, in February. And then they did another one when they did it in March.
Yeah. They also did one during a remote camera setup for Flight 3.
Oh, yeah.
All the media is just like standing around over by the little parking lot area where they let us set up cameras, and all of a sudden we just hear like whoosh. It's like, oh, cool.
Hi there.
Yeah.
So you're talking about the whole T0 thing, Alex, and that they are notionally counting down to like a virtual T0. Any indications of what that would be? I mean, I know we said like 9:30. You're Mr. Spreadsheet. I'm asking because I don't know if you have like a more specific time than that in mind.
Yeah, right now I don't really have an exact time. It's rather complicated, to be fair. Like we know at least from SpaceX that the ship liquid oxygen load was on Flight 3 at T-minus 53 minutes. And we've seen it recently, so count 53 after that, and then you get the time. It's probably around 9:40 or something, but maybe for today it's gonna be 40 minutes, and so in that case, then it will be 9:30 instead of 9:40 because it's like 10 minutes earlier. So we don't really know if it's gonna be 9:30, 9:40. It's kind of looking within those two times. That's probably gonna be it. Once we get closer, we'll figure that out much better because we're gonna see those levels of the frost, and that'll indicate us, where that level of the propellant is, and that'll be much better indicator where we are. I'm hearing venting, I think, from the ship now.
Yeah, that sounds cool. I'm like looking for any vents that might be causing that. Nothing obvious. But either way, things are progressing here in Starbase.
Should be seeing frost any minute now on ship.
Any minute now. Gohan is asking if Flight 4 goes well, what would be the turnaround for Test Flight 5? Ryan, what do you think? Based on what we've seen so far.
Obviously, depending on how well Flight 4 does, I think they've done a lot of robustness upgrades, you want to call it that, for the OLM and whatnot. So it could easily be only a month in terms of pad turnaround time because they've done a lot of work on it in the last 2 months. So I could see it.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule that out. Jonathan, thank you for grabbing the Flight 2 patch, and the Flight 4 patch, and the Flight 1 patch. They say, great work and production to the moon and beyond. Indeed. Mark, grabbing the Flight 4 patch, thank you. They say, hi, thanks for providing coverage. I was wondering why there isn't lightning protection around Starship and Booster. There's not that much lightning here, and also the tower is taller than the ship. It's a good question, though.
Mainly it's because compared to the Cape, there's much less lightning strikes occurring. Yes,
I like those sounds.
Oh.
I like them because I think that is. I'm mostly sure that is probably the booster subcoolers starting up, which will mean.
Oh yeah, they're going. You can
booster
see
methane.
the clouds.
Yeah, so that indicates booster methane load has already begun, and we're gonna get frost on the booster really, really soon. Then, after that, we're gonna get the OLM vent will stop. Once we see that frost, it's more or less around the same time as the frost, that OLM vent will stop, and that will indicate us the liquid oxygen load on the first stage on the booster.
I'm getting excited. We're getting closer and closer to seeing a fully frosty
You can already
stack.
see a little bit of frost already on the ship if you squint a bit. I believe the problem is all of that venting on the other side has blocked our views from the other side. So it's a good problem to have, to be fair, because that means propellant load is underway. But there you can see some of that frost already on ship 29.
The laws.
There's the
Some on
block
both
view.
tanks. So you see some on both tanks. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's loading.
The laws
this
of
is-
thermodynamics are a harsh mistress when it comes to camera placement.
Yeah. So this is essentially more or less at the point that we were at on the previous test, because that was a partial propellant load that was intended to be partial, because there were no evacuations or anything. Today there is an evacuation, so today they are intentionally going through the entire thing, and so they're going to go through the full load test. So it's not going to be just partial, they're going to go through the entire thing. So keep your eyes on that level of the frost, because it's definitely going to rise. And that venting that you see there from the booster, that is from the chines. There are these big long cylindrical tanks that are located on that side of the booster that are going to be, they're essentially being loaded with liquid CO2.
And
liquid,
there goes the OLM vent.
There we go. That's the OLM vent stop. That is liquid oxygen load already starting on the booster.
All right, things really ramping up here. I think, can we see a little bit of discoloration at the base of the booster there?
Probably too early right now for that, but give it a minute or two. It's usually a matter of like minutes.
Oh, Kevin, sorry to backseat direct, but can you go back to that previous shot?
And I was also going to ask, can we see the booster CH4 tank?
One thing at a time, Ryan. One thing at a time.
Sorry.
I just wanted to point out, if you don't know what we're talking about when we talk about chines, that's these little stubby, fin-like structures. 2 of them hold CO2 tanks, which are used for fire suppression on the engine section of the booster. It's actually the 2 chines that are on the opposite side of the booster than this. But yeah, just wanted to point that out, the venting that Alex was talking about, and what chines are, in case someone might not know what a chine is. Okay, I'm done, Kevin. Thank you. You can see the ship is getting frosty there. You can see condensation on the side of the tank wall and some little bit of vapor there. So, yes, wet dress rehearsal time is in full swing. John, Mr. Rubenstein in chat says, say chine again. chine again. There you go.
Trying to see if we have frost on the
Fine
booster
again.
methane tank.
Yeah, I think there's already starting to appear.
Yep.
I'm starting to see there. You can see that frost already appearing on the methane tank. And now the next tank that will see frost, that will be the liquid oxygen tank. It's funny because on Flight 1 and Flight 2, it used to be that we got the frost sort of like from the bottom up. It was first the liquid oxygen tank on the booster, then the methane tank on the booster, then the liquid oxygen tank on the ship, and finally the methane tank on the ship up top. But with a new sort of method of filling the rocket, it's sort of like first the ship, then the booster, and the booster is first the methane and then the oxygen tank.
This it goes against everything I think. Like it's just I don't think it should work this way. Why are they filling the methane tanks first? It hurts my brain.
Because they can fill the locks so fast now. That's why. That'd be my guess. Is they're trying to come up with a more efficient way to fuel it so they can do it faster. So like, when you look at the setup that they have for the locks fill for booster and ship, they have it set up to where there's 2 subcoolers for the ship for locks, and then there's 6 for boosting. Well, there's 5 total pumps. They have it piped and valved up to where they can do 2 pumps for the ship and 3 pumps for the booster, or 1 pump for ship and 4 pumps for the booster. So they have it set up that way, so they could basically start loading ship, and then get enough loaded, and then really switch into gear and really load booster. The same is kind of this way for methane side a little bit. Methane side is 3. There's frost in the LOX tank there.
Yep, you can see now the frost on the LOX tank.
If I remember correctly, I have to of course look at the back of the pictures again. If I remember correctly, they can swap between 1 or 2 pumps for ship load on methane side, and they can use either 1 or 2, and then for booster they can use 2 or 3. So basically, they can kind of control how quickly they load in each tank. My guess is they're trying to find a way to where they can load faster, or like in a more efficient way than they did in Flight 3. So that's why.
If you think about it, if you think about it, it will make sense, because the first thing that you try to think about, it's like, oh, if I want to fill this rocket fast, it has 4 main tanks, and then there's like a set of 2 smaller tanks on the ship, the other tanks, right? And you think, okay, the fastest way to fill all of these tanks is to fill them all at the same time. Because what that means is that, oh, I can get everything filled up really fast by just employing all of my pumps and all of my tanks and everything all at the same time and loading everything. But it's like, no, because the ship gets loaded faster because it's lower capacity. You have essentially about 1/3 of the propellant load than the booster. And so the actual faster way could be you start loading the ship first, you load a great majority of the propellant of the ship, and then you start loading the booster. And as you finish the propellant load on the ship, or you keep it more like 80% or something, then you employ all of your pumps for loading the booster. And now you can load the booster much faster with all of that propellant capacity that the booster has. And once you get close to the end of the propellant load on the booster, then you do the last little bit that remains on the ship, and then you get faster to that full tank on both vehicles, if you think about it. Because if you do the other way, you're essentially just distributing all of your efforts rather than trying to optimize your efforts. So this way of loading the rocket optimizes the whole timeline, if you think about it. It's a much more optimized way of getting everything loaded faster. And people might be wondering, why is it so important to load these things faster, right? Why is it so important?
Alex,
well,
why is it so important to load these things faster?
Exactly.
Why is that so important?
Exactly. So why is it so important? Well, all of these things, the liquid methane and the liquid oxygen are really cold, and they are actually under their boiling point. They are not at their boiling point. So if they heat up, they start warming up, they become less dense, and therefore you can fit less of it on your tanks, and so you lose performance because you cannot fit as much of it on your tanks. And delta V equation is this mass ratio thing inside of a natural log times the exhaust velocity of the engine. And so the more mass that you can pack, the more propellant that you can pack on your vehicle, the more performance you're going to have. And so if it heats up, you're going to have a really bad performing vehicle. So the faster that you load your vehicle, the less chances are that your propellant heats up, and essentially at the end of the day, what you get is a much more efficient, a much more better performing vehicle. And so that is the whole reason why they want to get through all of that.
Did you say more better? You said more better.
More better, yeah.
I mean, it is more better.
More better.
It's true. That's accurate.
That frost line on the LOX tank appeared like 5 minutes ago, and they've already got like 3 or 4 rings done.
Yeah, no big deal.
Yeah, it's just.
Yeah, it's astounding. It's again thousands of tons of propellant being loaded into this vehicle in a time span of like 40 minutes. It's insane. It's just utterly insane. I don't know of any other system that flows like it might as well be a natural gas pipeline or something. Like, it's insane. It's just insane, the system that they've engineered and the speed at which they're loading this vehicle. The biggest rocket of all time. Just what did you say, Ryan? 5 minutes slower than Falcon 9? That's insane.
Yeah, that's what they want to target. We'll see what they get today. Yeah.
I love to see it. I love this vehicle.
Looks like LOX tank on the ship is like half.
Yeah.
Or so, and the methane tank's like a third of it.
Sorry, I thought. Yeah. Okay.
Sorry.
I'll do my bit. Don't worry. It's okay. Sometimes there's this thing where I'm like, oh, are you done? Are you done? Okay. No, whatever. It's okay. Yeah. So we have essentially both tanks on the ship about halfway done. One thing that you might see, especially on the ship right now, or if the tank farm allows us to see that, as they load the propellant, the tanks get filled up with that liquid. What happens with all of the gas that is on top of that liquid? Needs to go somewhere else, because think about it. You start loading that liquid, and the volume for the gas starts shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. That means the pressure goes up. You don't want your tank to break up from that pressure, so you need to relieve that pressure, and then you can see some of that venting from the oxygen tank on the left, on the booster. On the left of the booster, on the right-hand camera. Wow, there's so many things going on.
I had to juggle the directions earlier when you were doing the tank farm pans. Yeah. I was like, the right side of the left side of the... Yeah,
exactly.
It happens.
So you'll see venting from the methane tank, from the oxidizer tank, of both the ship and the booster, and that is totally normal. We normally have these big long vents and we're like, oh my god, that's the depressed vent, something happened, right? They're detanking or whatever. These vents are nothing like that. These are just normal vents that they do to just regulate the propellant load. As they load that propellant, they need to evacuate that pressure, and so that's normal venting. You may also see the ship engine chill as well. You can see there on the side of the booster. On both views now, because it's a bit clearer now on the left-hand side.
But Alex, why is it so important to chill down the engines?
It's gotta be a Ryan question, because I've already talked too much.
But Ryan, why is it so important to chill down the engines?
Oh man. So you don't shock cool them and like blow them up. Basically, you have to condition them for the amount of cold liquid that you're gonna push through them. So. You basically like trickle in liquid oxygen and whatnot through the pumps, or at least through the pump, into the main combustion chamber, and you chill the engine down, conditioning it to take the massive amount of cold liquid that it's going to have to do when it's running. So, because otherwise, all that cold liquid is going to hit the metal, it'll shock cool it, and it'll shatter. And just explode, basically. And that's not good. You don't want that to happen.
Yeah, and
There's
also
no
if you
way-
think
no
about
way.
it, yeah, if you think about it as well, on the other hand, you then have the cold liquid becomes a gas. This, the metal gets cold, the cold liquid gets hot, and so what you get is it becomes gas, and just like we're seeing with the Odin vent and the tower vent, you need a way to vent it out. But sometimes if you do this, at the rates, at the flows that liquid oxygen and that liquid methane go through the engine, it's just too fast, too much flow for your engine to efficiently spell it out, essentially, right? And so it is something that will eventually break your engine, but just a flash boil off kind of thing where it just explodes the whole interior of the turbo pump.
Did you say explodes?
Explodes?
Explodes, yeah, just like
Explodes?
it just
Like apostrophe explodes?
yeah, I guess
But yeah,
you can call it like
to
that.
sum all of that up, in the same way that they have to condition the tank farm and the GSC lines, they have to condition the Raptors.
Yeah.
Wow,
right.
chat loves explodes.
There you go.
Well,
Well, the Queen and Nightbot come in. Man, they're just piling propellant into this vehicle. It's insane. I know I keep saying things are insane. I don't have any other word for it. It's remarkable. I am remarking at how fast they are capable of loading propellant into this insanely huge... I said insane again! I mean, come on.
Jack
No,
challenge.
it's
Don't
right.
say
This is
insane.
cool.
All right, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try really
Jack
hard.
challenge.
Keith, thank you for the support. They say still contributing to Jack's kayak. Looking forward to your stream on Booster 11 landing, brother. Thanks, Keith. Carson with a store purchase, grabbing the Flight 4 patch. Thank you for that. They say love all your content. Oh, no, wait. They say, hi, Jack. Wondering if you have found that slow-mo video from Ship Static Fire a few weeks ago. Oh, I think I talked about that on a previous stream. I mean, I did shoot slow-mo a few weeks ago of a static fire, and then I did not shoot one because the camera overheated of the last static fire on Pad B. But if you're in Discord, ping me in Discord after the stream and remind me. I will upload it there. Adrian, thank you for grabbing the Flight 4 patch. They say, love all your content from France. Been supporting since a long time. Keep it up, and shout out to all the workers on site. I mean, absolutely. So many people's hard work, blood, sweat, and tears, time goes into making this all happen. And Carson... What? Okay, yeah. No, that was Carson ripping on me. The question about the static fire footage.
Man.
Thank you, Carson. You know what? Oh, buddy. Don't start a war you can't win.
Jack,
Hi.
how's that time lapse going?
You and I are enemies now. Gabriel Wolf, thanks for the support. They say, good morning, boys. When hop? 2 weeks. CS, thank you for grabbing the patch. They say, been here since Hopper got parked. Keep the patches coming. Hey, you keep getting them, we'll keep slinging them. What'd you say, Ryan?
You know what's one thing I wish we would have gotten to see, and I'm kind of sad we never got to see it?
What?
A booster hop.
Yeah.
Remember when they talked about that?
Yeah.
Like, BM3 is going to do a hop. Like...
I mean, I'm bummed we didn't get to see that. I'm personally more bummed we didn't get more of the belly flap tests.
They still should have flown 16.
They should have flown.
I will take that to my grave. They should have flown 16.
They should have flown 16. Yeah. You know what? There's no way I'm going to be able to keep up with all of these store messages, so I'm just going to have to run through a bunch of them. I'm sorry if I'm not reading your message, but we're in full wet dress rehearsal mode. these tanks are like 3/4 full. But I want to make sure everyone knows we appreciate them for supporting what we do. So, Owen, thank you for the support, grabbing something from the store. So they got the patch. Noah also getting the patch. Raphael getting the patch. Kai getting 2 patches and saying hoppy. That's the store message that I read. Roland, thank you for the store purchase. They say greetings from Switzerland. Neat. I always love seeing where people are watching from around the world. Chat. Sorry, mods. Chat, put where you're watching from in chat, because it's neat to see.
So, there's something interesting here that's a little bit different than the last flight. They seem to want to get ship fully loaded along with the booster methane tank fully loaded first before just get that done first, and then I think they'll shift gears and then rapidly finish the booster LOX tank. I think that's what their plan is, which is kind of crazy. It's kind of interesting, but it feels like the LOX tank is slightly holding or just barely going up at least the booster one, compared to what we've seen with full flow. So we'll have to watch to see if they top off the rest of the tanks, and then all of a sudden we see the booster LOX tank just rise like incredibly fast. I wonder if that's what they're gonna do.
I just want to say, we've been on the LOX load for about 20 minutes. It's gonna be 20 minutes in just a few seconds here.
It's halfway.
And it's halfway. Like, it's already half of the booster LOX tank. It's yeah.
Not even 20. It's been like 15. Because we first.
I have here the OLM vent stopping at 8:52:20.
Okay. Yeah. Well.
So
okay. If we go off like
20 minutes ago.
First seen frost, I guess it's like 15 minutes. But
okay. Yeah. It takes about 2-3 minutes to get frost.
Yeah. It's still. Well, however way you put it, it's still ridiculous.
Yeah, it is.
Which means they could be done with prop load by 9:25, 9:30, which would mean 40-minute load. Like,
it's truly remarkable.
Because what the ship prop load? Well, ship prop load started at 8:43, so it'd be about 45 minutes for ship load. But that makes sense considering they don't have nearly as many subcoolers or pumps for that. But nearly only like if they do finish load at 9:30, say they do, I don't think they might. That's under 40 minutes for boosting.
Another thing that we should.
40 minutes would be like 9:32 is what 40 minutes would be.
Another thing that we should be seeing soon is also methane. No, not methane. Excuse me. Well, it's a methane and oxidizer load of the header tanks of the ship, and we're gonna see that. We're gonna see venting from the header tanks. It usually takes place around T-minus 16, T-minus 15 minutes. So yeah. And by the way, I've just seen. I'm seeing on other feeds that we have. By the way, you can have multi-view if you're a member of the channel, and so you can see on some of those feeds you can essentially see the liquid oxygen dump that they have for the engine chill of the booster is already going. So we are essentially under 20 minutes from their T0, so to speak. It's not a launch, again, it's not a launch, but it's a test rehearsal of as if it were a launch. So obviously they need to shoot for that, and so we are within 20 minutes of that, simulated T0, if you will.
Awesome. Yeah, good point mentioning the members multi-view. That is yet another sweet member perk that we've been doing lately, and it's at all membership levels. So if you get gifted a membership, like Richard Williams gifting 5 Red Team memberships right here, check out the members multi-view with all of the different camera angles. Steven, thank you for the store purchase. Russ, thank you for becoming a Red Team member. Rudd, thank you for the store purchase. They're asking for recommendations when they visit. You know what? DM me on Twitter, and I will send you my thoughts. Richard, thank you for the support with the store purchase. Dan, thank you for the super chat. They say, thanks for giving me something else to do today besides work. Major Lean, thank you for the support. George with the store purchase, thank you. They say, is there any window on when the FAA report will be released on IFT3? Alas, there is not. Oliver, thank you for the support. James, thank you for the store purchase. Douglas, also, thank you so much. They say, I've been with you since Starbase was dirt. Thanks for the continued coverage.
Still a lot of dirt around there.
Yeah, still a whole bunch of dirt, but less so.
More concrete now.
Right, right. A lot more concrete, a little bit more steel, a whole bunch more clouds. So where are we at with load of ship and booster here? Ryan, I'll throw that one to you.
We're getting close to almost like 3/4 of the way done with the booster methane tank, and like 2/3, 3/4 with the booster locks. It looks like a ship methane tank is full, and the ship locks tank is. It's really hard to tell where that frost line is. It's probably pretty close to full, if not nearly full, at this point.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, it looks like methane load is done. Yeah, it's done.
Yeah, LOX tank looks to be about a ring out, so maybe 80%. You can see there that there's the thin frost. Well, now you cannot see it because the stupid clouds are in the way. But when the stupid clouds were not in the way, you could see that there's like a thicker line of frost, and then like a much thinner frost. That thinner frost is because they keep venting the pressure out, and that lowers the pressure of that lowers the temperature of the tank, so it becomes cold, and you see that thin frost. The thicker one, that is where the liquid oxygen is located. But yeah, the ship is really frosty. You can see there the booster. That's the methane tank. Really, really frosty as well. It's almost there now. Look at that. It's always cool to see this. I mean, it's literally cool, sure, but you know, it's not pun intended.
Literally cool.
For once, I'm not intending that pun.
It's just gorgeous. Can we please, pretty please, get a launch day with weather this beautiful? Please. Please. Jep, thank you for the support.
In the middle of fog. Just you wait and see.
Stop it. You shut your mouth.
We're
Matt's
out of fog season, at least with
yeah, now
Starbase.
it's more like haze season. Mats, thanks for gifting 20 Red Team memberships. That's outstanding. Thank you so much. Skull Kid Ray, another one of those common names that pops up all the time. They're asking how much of the propellants and whatnot SpaceX can retain from a wet dress rehearsal. I don't think we have specific numbers on that, unfortunately. An amount. William, thank you for the support. They're asking how long it will take them to change the missing tiles. Or I guess, they said missing tiles, but also there's damaged tiles as well, right? Ryan, how long do you think the final tile work will take on 29 there?
I know there's some broken ones in and around. You have to look at the heat shield again. I don't remember where they are. And then the ones that are still missing. It might take another week or so to finish it all. It really depends on what else they still need to look at. I mean, while I was in the high bay, they worked on the thing for about 6 straight weeks. They basically, all the adhesive tiles that they had on, almost all of them, they tore off and redid. So, yeah, and I expect Ship 30 to get nearly the same treatment.
Look at that tank farm.
Yeah.
It's really going.
Wow.
That cloud is tall, just to say the least. Just is like it's halfway up the booster, over halfway.
It looks like,
Yeah.
I mean, it's got quite a velocity to it too. Like you can
Yeah.
really see the plume coming out with force.
Pressure.
Is that from the subcoolers or the
Yeah.
recondenser?
Booster subcoolers.
Those
Wow.
are the booster, yeah, it's the booster subcoolers that are going crazy right now. It looks like with ship load complete, they're using every single little bit of that methane side to finish the methane load on booster. And with ship LOX load nearly done, they're really pushing on booster. They could be done in
Oh, you
10
can see
minutes.
venting from the header tanks. I saw venting.
Nice.
Kevin, I saw his comment in the back
Yeah.
channel before.
Like, so if they finish at 9,
There you go.
30.
See, more venting.
Oh yeah, look at the nose cone of the ship. A little bit of venting there from the header tanks.
if they finish at 9:30, they will have loaded booster in like 38 minutes.
That's wild.
Like,
Yeah.
What?
This has got me so excited for launch day for Flight 4. Like this, hopefully we get some beautiful weather, some beautiful lighting, and like all this crazy new venting from the tank farm. The fantastic way that Ship 29 and Booster 11 both look. Like the best looking pair of vehicles yet. Gosh,
This
I
will
love
also
that.
mean
I love
that
that venting.
if they complete
Yes, more venting.
more venting, lots of venting. I kind of miss the tileless ships, you know, the SN era, because they, you know, when they loaded the header tank on the
You
top,
can see the frosty
you could see
nose.
the frost
Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
tip of the nose cone.
Who misses the tri-vent?
I do miss the tri-vent.
But we no longer can see that.
Yeah.
One interesting thing, because you mentioned it will be 30 something minutes. Yeah, it will be 38 minutes if they actually target that. But that's the T0. The propellant load actually is about 3 minutes earlier. So it gets completed about 3 minutes before T0 for the booster, at least according to the Flight 3 timeline from the SpaceX. So that will mean it's actually about 35 minutes for the whole booster to be loaded.
That's
38 minus 3. I can do math if you
You can do math.
see me.
I didn't know you could do
Yeah,
math,
right?
Alex.
Wow.
I didn't know that. Yeah.
Live
wow.
here.
Do we need
That's true.
Trevor? Do we
He
need
doesn't-
Trevor to do math for us?
No.
He doesn't
I don't
actually
see
do
it.
the math. He makes the spreadsheet do the math for him.
Right.
That's true. But yeah, it will be 35 minutes, and if you think about it, for Flight 3, it was more like 40 something minutes. I believe, because I'm looking through my notes here, the booster LOX load began at T-minus 42 minutes. If they are actually targeting today 9:30, then that would mean essentially 5 minutes faster of a prop load. And people might think, but 5 minutes, that's not a big deal. 5 minutes is a lot of a big deal when
Yeah.
you think about how much propellant they're loading into the booster. It's
Older propellant.
3,600 tons of propellant.
Older propellant, denser prop, more performance.
More better.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to speed
Yeah.
run some more support here from everybody. Thomas, thank you for the store purchase, getting the patch. Talon, thank you for grabbing all 3 patches from the store. Chris, thank you for grabbing the Flight 4 patch. Everyone's getting the patch. That's wild. Thank you
You
so
know,
much.
Ryan, they're venting now from that vent that we see there from the ship. That is from the liquid oxygen tank. I think they did what I mentioned before, where they fully loaded the methane tank. They loaded the liquid oxygen tank. It seemed to be about 80%, and now they're filling it up again because now they're venting, and usually they vent when they start when they keep loading and that fluid goes up, then they vent. So I think that's what they're doing here with the ship.
Was that the new vent? Wait.
I think
Because
so.
what they're doing right now, what the vent is right there, that's one of their roll thrusters. So
Yeah.
that's not new. the vent that they just went with was too high up to be the normal side LOX vent. That might have been that new vent that they added on, that we've seen on like 30 and whatnot. So remember they added 29? They did. But yeah.
They added the extra ones. They didn't add one of the methane tank vents, that the one next to the payload bay door. But they did on 30 and 31.
It does have the new roll thrusters though, and I think they were testing them earlier if I remember correctly. And it's hard to tell with all the clouds. But yeah, that one right there, that vent.
So we should be coming up already on the ship, on the booster methane tank. You see it's almost fully loaded. So those subcoolers will stay quiet. You see them still venting with pressure and force. They'll go quiet when that methane load is complete, once that methane load is complete. Meanwhile, the tower vent and the OLM vent will come back in just a few minutes once that liquid oxygen load on both the ship and booster is finished. Oh, there you go. I'm seeing now on the left that new vent again.
Yeah, the one that
you could see it.
Small puffs.
Yeah, from right above the methane tank. It was going sideways, like both sides. It was fun.
I always love seeing the little changes between vehicles. And then you look back several vehicles and you're like, ooh!
Like the cowbell vents on the ships, right? It's like, now they don't have the cowbell vents. It was nice, but
even the the hexagon tiles or whatever on the nose cone tip, I'm just like, that doesn't look very good anymore.
Because they changed those on to 30 now. If I remember, I think that's their radio antenna for like TDRS. And now it's like it's a single. I don't even know what that. I don't know my shapes off the top of my head, but it's now like a single antenna on 30's payload bay now.
Getting close. We're getting close here.
All right, I gotta do some support. Both of you.
Let's go.
Contain your nerdery for like a minute.
Okay.
Try it.
Oh, Jack.
Francis, thank you for grabbing the patch. They asked how we would feel about an NSF headquarters near Boca Chica. We kind of have one. That's sort of where I'm at right now. John, thank you for grabbing the patch. Joe Howard, thank you for gifting 10 Red Team memberships. That's awesome. Be sure to thank Joe if you got a membership from him. Micah, thank you for the support. Say, okay, convinced Milestones chats must not show up. I'll try here. What do you think the chances are someday getting to watch a test from the control room perspective? Would they ever allow that? I doubt it, but it'd be really cool if they stuck a GoPro in the control room and just let us watch the raw video. I feel like old school SpaceX would have done that. Yes, Alex, I see that the subcoolers are dying off. That's interesting because we are getting close to the completion of booster LOX load, but I do want to continue thanking people for their support. Coco Cats.
I didn't interrupt you. Go ahead.
Coco Cats, thank you for gifting a Red Team membership. M. Cassine, thank you for the support. EJ would say, well, what are you trying to do? SpaceX wants to go to the moon and Mars. You need multiple launch pads, fast fill, and a less than 1 hour turnaround. Yeah, that's fair. Richard, thank you for the support. They say, go Starship. Anonymous with the store purchase. Thank you. They say, what's the reasoning behind the number of sides for the patches? Flight 1 and 2 had 6 sides. I assume like the TPS tiles. Why 4 and 3 sides for the patches for Flight 3 and 4 respectively? You should tweet this question at Pauline. It's a good question. I don't know the answer other than they look cool. And each one has a different vibe. So I think it just worked out that way. David, thank you for the support. They say, keep up the great work, Team NSF. Bob Fillmore, thanks for gifting 5 Red Team memberships. Valentine, thank you for grabbing the patch from the store. They say, what modifications should be made to the OLM B compared to OLM A? Oh, they didn't get the patch. They got a print. I think that's one of mine. Thank you. Fun fact, photographers get a portion of the sale from every print. So, thank you. Modifications to OLMB compared to OLMA. You know what? I'm going to put this one back in the queue because we are basically in the thick of it here. But that's a good question, and we should definitely get to that at some point. Alex, where are we at, buddy? Where are we at?
we're in the final minutes here. The methane load has been completed. We are just waiting for the tower vent. The venting that we see there, it's related with a drain back of the QD arm systems, probably related with that methane load being completed. We want the big one from the tower to come back. That'll be the end of the liquid oxygen load on the ship.
Right.
But we're right there on those few minutes. You know, if this were launch day, we will essentially be on those final minutes where we're, you know, getting ready to light those engines and go up. But fortunately, that's not going to be today. But still very exciting because you can picture yourself on launch day right now, right? And not having a time lapse camera, for example. So that could be
Really?
a good way.
Really? Seriously?
Yeah.
Oh man.
I just went ahead and did that.
Like, why are we friends?
Oh, booster. I
There we
guess
go.
their booster lock.
All and vent is back.
Well, there you have it.
Not fully filling booster, but that's...
Yeah, a little bit curious. Booster didn't get completely frosty in the LOX tank. It's nearly completely frosty, but not completely frosty.
They have done that before, where they haven't fully filled this thing up. I guess that's usually when they do this. That's going to be their load for the launch. Maybe a little bit more.
Yeah, and the next thing should be the tower vent.
There it
That'll
goes.
come back.
There it goes right
Not
now.
yet. That's not it.
No, that is the other
arm vent.
one.
It's the arm vent.
That's the arm vent. There's two.
Ah,
You're looking
The
at it
arm
from
is
a wrong perspective.
much less often, but yeah, it comes from the arm. Should happen within a minute if the same timeline is still the same. There we go.
There it is.
It
Prop
looks to be
load
about the
is-
same timeline.
Prop load is complete.
We will be essentially under 3 minutes from a T0, so they're probably shooting for 9:35, I guess.
well, there you have it. A fully frosty, mostly, full stack Starship. By all accounts, so far it seems like the wet dress has gone extremely well. We still have more to look forward to, whether it's the detonation suppression system, the water deluge system, some other kind of pad system testing. And maybe we'll see some interesting venting from either vehicle, but yeah, with the tower vent going again and the OLM vent going again, that would mean that prop load is complete. And you can see the ship venting there. The vehicle is alive. It's full of both propellants. This isn't some namby-pamby cryo test here. This is an actual test with actual combustible propellants. Neat.
So yeah, now we will be like 2 minutes to a launch and things like that on launch day. A lot of the systems that will have already been prepared for flight right now will have been things like the flight termination system, the vehicles will be going into internal power, the tanks will pressurize for flight and things like that. Like, we don't really know how much of those other activities they exercise on a wet dress. It will be cool to know about them, literally because they get cool, but also because there's this other set of things that is not just about loading with propellants these two vehicles, but also, for example, releasing the clamps. They also release the clamps well before liftoff, well before the ignition of the engines. And so if they were to shoot for 9:35 or thereabouts, then we will be under that for that 1 minute to that launch, simulated launch today. Of course, we're not having a launch today, but nonetheless something to look out for, because we could get more activity here in the form of that detonation suppression system or water deluge. We'll see.
Right. Well, so we've been talking about the fast fill that we just witnessed occur, and how the propellants are sub-chilled, and more propellants in your tanks means more performance from your engines, dense propellants, all of that. Of course, on Falcon 9, that means basically once propellant load is started, there's no holding. Khalid is asking, will Starship be able to hold during launch countdown, or will it be similar to Falcon 9? Well, there is the, like, T-minus what, like 40-second hold or whatever that's part of the countdown for Starship, right, Alex?
Yeah, they can hold a little bit on that timeline. They have that T-minus 40-second optional hold. They don't really have to hold at that point. They just can choose to do that. But yeah, they might actually have chosen to do that today as well. Sometimes they try that, you know, they do these things where they hold either because they actually need to hold, or sometimes it might, you know, there might be a benefit to doing. Oh, there we go. Is that depressed? No?
No, just a vent from the booster, it looked like, up near the hot stage ring.
Yeah.
A loud one.
But yeah, sometimes there's a benefit to doing the hold because you're exercising the teams. You know, you're essentially doing something that you might not want on launch day, but if you really need it, you want your launch teams to be prepared for that. And so you introduce sometimes, you know, certain failures or things like that, and you simulate a hold as well. So that's something that sometimes it's normal when you test a rocket to do that kind of stuff. We don't know. We're not saying, oh, that's exactly what is going on today. We're not saying that, but it's something that they usually tend to do to, you know, rehearse not only the countdown but also the teams.
I mean, it makes sense, and it's one of those things where by running a test and running a test hold during that test, I'm saying the word test a lot, they can, you know, get a better feel for how much the propellants will heat up during that time and what their margins are and all that good stuff. So, yeah, makes sense. Good question there from Khalid.
Waiting to see if they do a DSS or they just start detanking.
Yeah, we'll see what they do.
I'm wondering what's going to happen next. Like, do we get a deluge test next, or do we have to wait until they detank for that? I'm very curious. Maybe we'll see some interesting venting from either vehicle. I mean, we just got that cool vent from the booster.
But yeah, this is just a lot of propellant that they have loaded in essentially 40 minutes, more or less. Like,
I'd say it's insane, but I'm not allowed to say that, so I'll just say it's remarkable.
You said the word though.
I did.
Just said it.
It's like
you
using.
just said it. Like,
it's like using the word in the definition of the word. You just can't do it. Well, I did it. Max B is asking, how loud would it be standing next to the tank farm right now? Oh, buddy. Uncomfortably loud. Uncomfortably loud. As someone who has been there, obviously not when the stack is fully fueled, but when the tank farm is going truly ham, it is painfully loud. Alex, what are we seeing?
Yeah, well, it looks like the recondenser is starting to vent. Normally that indicates they're draining back, which is weird. So we're probably not going to get that detonation suppression system test, but that doesn't mean there's not going to be any other test. Because remember, on the previous few wet dress rehearsals, when they did the deluge test, was precisely when they were detanking. It was not when it was full and at T0 or anything. It was actually while they were detanking. I remember actually for Flight 2, we're about to wrap up and everything, and suddenly they did the deluge test, if you remember.
Right.
We were like, oh, it's already detanked and whatever. Like, we're already preparing for wrapping up the stream. And then they did this deluge test, impressive deluge test, as, you know, they were approaching that drain, complete drain back of the rocket. So don't go away, because you're gonna see potentially a splash test today. As you can see, like, there's no lifts, there's no cranes, there's no cars parked. So there's potentially today, there's a probability for that test.
It is really satisfying to see the water deluge system go off. Hopefully we get to see that today. The one you were talking about, Alex, where they like surprised us with it while we were wrapping up the stream, it was like, I imagine someone in the control room like sneezed, like while their hand was on a mouse with like the control panel for Starship open, like they sneezed and like accidentally clicked on something. I was like, oh, okay, yeah, deluge test, yeah, totally planned that.
Hit the big red button.
Yeah, whoops. Let's see. Roland is asking if Booster 11 survives re-entry burn and softly lands in the ocean, how is SpaceX supposed to get the booster and transport it back to the production site? I don't think they will. I think they'll just sink it. Or scuttle it, I guess is the appropriate maritime term, right?
If Booster completes its landing burn, it doesn't complete a re-entry burn, by the way. It does. Super Heavy does not have that. But if it completes its landing burn and goes into the Gulf in a single piece, it'll tip over. SpaceX will open all the valves. It'll fill with water and sink. If it doesn't, SpaceX will go out there and find a way to sink it. They will not tow it back to port or anything of the sort. It's sad, but I don't know. Trying to tow that thing back to port and then getting it out of the water again horizontally and then trying to conserve it.
It's still just kind of mind-blowing to me that they would leave what is the most advanced rocket and some of the most advanced, if not the most advanced rocket engines on the bottom of the Gulf of Mexico. Like, I mean, didn't Jeff Bezos go and recover F1 engines from the Atlantic Ocean? Like, I'm not saying Jeff's going to go recover Raptors, but, somebody might. I don't know. Industrial espionage is totally a thing.
Here's the thing, though. It's like the solid rocket boosters for shuttle are one thing when it comes to being exposed to seawater. The turbo machinery inside of a Raptor is an entirely different story. You're talking about seals, metal seals, just the turbine blades alone. That all getting exposed to salt water, even for a small protracted period of time, will corrode it a lot. It's why you see SpaceX covering up the engines with covers now, engine booties, because they don't want any of that salt air to get in there. When they're not doing any testing or not launching. So, there's just no reason. And not only that, stainless steel is stainless steel. But if you introduce it to salt water, it's going to rust. It will. After enough time, it definitely will.
Yeah, I like to say it's not stain-free steel.
Yeah.
It just stains less.
Yeah, there is no such thing as really a metal that won't corrode. That just doesn't really exist.
What about gold?
It takes a while, if I remember correctly. I think eventually it depends on what you do with it. Yeah. But we're talking a long time though. Like a long time.
Fair. Eric is asking, apologies if you've already answered this, but will the FAA issue the launch license without completing the mishap investigation for Flight 3? Well, that's what SpaceX has requested, right, Alex?
Can you repeat it again, please? Sorry, I was looking at vents and other stuff.
How dare you?
My fault.
How dare you? Will the FAA issue the launch license without completing the mishap investigation for Flight 3? And I said, well, that's what SpaceX has requested. Right, Alex?
Yeah, that's what they have requested. Is part of the rules. Again, there's no, I've seen already some of the headlines. Oh my gosh, they are trying to get benefits or whatever. That's part of the rules. If nobody else requests these things, it's you gotta request it. They probably have reasons to not request it. But in the case of the SpaceX for Flight 3, if you remember, both vehicles went way further than Flight 1 and Flight 2. The booster exploded, under 1 kilometer. There was no leeway for that booster to, hit the public or anything like it. The ship re-entered over that big expansive area of for the reentry over the Indian Ocean. So there's a lot of points in their favor, so to speak, to say, hey, you see, the safety of people was not compromised and things worked the way that they should. We didn't have FTS being activated at all, or things like that. And so that is one thing that the that SpaceX has at their favor on this mishap investigation, and they obviously want to exercise that option where they keep the mishap investigation report open and ongoing, while the FAA says, okay, well, the safety was not compromised at any point on Flight 3, so it's okay if you launch again. Just need to make sure that that safety keeps being a thing on Flight 4. So that's part of the licensing, where you still need to meet all of those safety regulations and risk criteria and all of that. And so part of the licensing, one of the parts that the statement from the FAA said is, if we approve that Flight 3 met all of the safety stuff, you also need to make sure that you keep meeting all of the licensing requirements, which is essentially a word for it needs to still be a safe vehicle, right, for the public. We don't care if it explodes again, it crashes in the ocean or whatever again, as long as nobody gets hurt and there's no way for it to go stray or anything like it. So obviously they really want to get that launch license modification without the mishap investigation being closed. Why? I don't know. Maybe time. Maybe they need more data. Who knows?
Michael in chat says no gold is pure and the impurities cause the oxidation of gold. Oh, fair.
Yeah. That's why I said it depends on how it's made. If there's impurities, it'll have issues. Which, it's hard to make it pure. I mean, you can. But, yeah.
More pure, more better?
Basically. I'm not a metallurgist, I'll just say that. I'll cover my bases here. I am not. So we'll go with that. But yeah.
I'm gonna, you know what? I'm gonna do something a little crazy here.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Kevin. Johan M is asking, who is producing all the sounds anyway? I like the idea that someone is producing the sounds. Like as in making the sounds. Like making them up. No, these are real. This is real audio. Johan is asking, is there a sound mixer board in Starbase? Kevin, how does the sound work?
I am not good with sound. I don't know if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Jack,
Okay.
Can you hear Kevin?
There is not a sound mixer at Starbase. There are a lot of encoders, a lot of microphones around Starbase. But everything comes back to our cloud operating systems. And I do have a DAW control surface here that connects to the cloud servers, basically.
DAW is digital audio workflow.
Yes.
Neat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So,
Well, thank
all
you,
of the
Kevin.
mixing is done by whoever the operator is at the time.
So right now it's being done by you, so we should not distract you, and I will let you refrain from continuing to talk. But I do have to say before you go, boo Ship 26. All right, bye, Kevin.
Ship 26 is the best ship. I'm just saying. And I'm going to mute myself now.
It is not.
Bye.
Can we get some
Yes.
Ship 26 fan club in the chat, please? Thank you. Okay, I'm muting myself now.
Good deal. Good question.
Ah.
Manuel is asking, why do they not reclaim the LOX? Is it cheaper to just vent it? I mean, they reclaim the methane partly because of environmental regulations, partly because it's the right thing to do, and partly because it, allows them to save on getting more methane. But with the LOX,
Well, they do.
what's the deal?
They do reclaim it, like as in when they detank, they reclaim as much as they can. It's just far easier to vent excess overboard rather than try to reclaim all of it. It's just easier, really. That's basically it. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense. All right, I have to speedrun some more support. If the deluge system or something fires up while I'm thanking people, shut me up. But otherwise, hold your peace. I was gonna say something meaner, but I'll be nice.
Wait a second. Can I just say we have the best chat? They agree with me. Like Ship 26 fan club has come out in droves today.
I thought you said you were gonna mute yourself.
I'm muting myself.
I cannot wait. I can't wait in like 2 or 3 weeks for that thing to get sliced in half. I cannot wait.
You know what? Let's just launch it. You know, I've come full circle. Let's launch Ship 26. It'll be crazy. It'll look hilarious and wrong.
It looks so wrong.
All right, well, if Kevin is done talking about Ship 26 ad infinitum, as he is known to do, I guess I will speedrun some support because y'all are coming out in droves, unlike the Ship 26 fan club, with support. So thank you. Valentine, thank you for the store purchase. They say, oh, we did that one. No, we didn't do that one. I'm saving that one for later. We'll hit that one in a second. Nathan, they say, in thrust we trust. Thank you for the purchase. Michael, thank you. They say their patch is just totally as insane as prop speed loading. Yes, I say the word insane a lot. Anonymous, thank you for the support. They say, any chance of a second run on the IFT3 patches? I am not on the store team, and I don't want to misrepresent anything the store team has planned. But when we say when they're gone, we mean it. There might be an opportunity in the future, as I've heard some folks on the store team say, to get like all of the patches or something like that. I don't know, but as of right now, get it before it's gone. And if it's gone, I'm sorry. John, they're saying, looking for the Flight 3 patch. What am I missing? It's sold out. Yeah, they sell out. But thank you for grabbing the other 3 patches. Christopher, thank you for the support. They say, Chris W. here, getting my patch before we head to Leicester on Thursday. Nice. What's up, Chris?
I'm pretty sure once the patch is done, it's done. At least I think Adrian has said that before.
No, yeah. Once they're gone, they're gone.
I don't think we're ever redoing them again. At least I'm pretty certain we aren't.
Yes. Once they are gone, they are gone.
It's like the element are gone.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hi, Sawyer.
Wow.
They are gone.
I don't even know what to say to that.
Makes people remember it easier.
Bill is asking, you may have answered this elsewhere, but will OLM-2 share the same orbital tank farm, or will they be deploying new tanks? Alex, any indication one way or the other yet?
Right now, it's not really well known what they're going to be doing, to be fair.
They have 3 ways.
Yeah, anyway.
They could do either one. They have 3 ways they could hook up the current tank farm to the new pad. One would be straight off the lines that they have with the new horizontal tanks. One would be they port it off of the main lines that are going to the OLM and the tower, and the other one would be using the lines from the old cryo stations way back when. Those are the 3 points at which they could do it. Will they do it? I mean, they could. They could just dig a trench and route the lines through. That's the way they route the lines to the OLM and the tower. So they could totally do it. Will they? You'll have to wait and see with us if they actually do that or not.
Like so many things in Starbase, we'll have to wait and see. Thomas Harper is asking, how many more Flight 4 patches are there? Last I heard it was 30% gone. I think it's like 40-something% gone. We're not joking. Joseph is asking, what are specific improvements SpaceX hopes to see resolved from Flight 3 in Flight 4? other than an overall successful flight? Well, we know the main thing is surviving peak heating on the ship, which they might have technically already achieved with Flight 3, right?
We don't really know how far 28 got, to be honest. It could have. Here's the funny thing. If 28 got nearly through peak heating as it was tumbling back over end, or however you want to call it, like it was tumbling in all different directions, if it nearly made it through peak heating while doing that, then 29 will have no issues doing it in a stable config. And the thing is, we just don't know how far S28 made it. We might find that out whenever the mishap investigation is completed. They may actually have the telemetry of, or when they truly lost telemetry on like what altitude it was. But until then, we don't know.
All right, let's do Valentine's question. What modifications should be made to the second orbital launch mount compared to the first one?
Oh boy. Lots.
Yeah.
Way more shielding would be top of my list?
Actually, no. So, Jack, I don't know if you knew that, but they removed a lot of shielding before Flight 3.
I remember they removed a lot of the decking off the top of the ring itself. I thought they had replaced it, though.
They replaced the burn plates on the top of the top of the OLM, but there was a lot of shielding on the inside around the hold-down arms that they removed, and they never put back in. What changes? I would say a water-cooled deck plate. Basically, do what almost every other rocket does, which is spray water on the top of the deck. Basically, they need to do this. They need to have an internal system for the engine chill. They cannot keep up with the single line per every engine. They need to have a way to where it gets piped through the booster and then back through the booster QD rather than through that. So that's a modification they're gonna have to do. I'm thinking some sort of deflector or something. Because this 6-way deflector, or whatever you want to call this, it works, but I think they can come up with something better. Yeah, stuff like that. A little more robustness here and there. A more integrated booster QD would be on my list of things to add. Yeah, stuff like that. I don't know, Alex, you got anything to add to that?
Yeah, as you were mentioning, sometimes more shielding is maybe not the solution. And the reason for that, it might seem counterintuitive, but if you think about it, the shielding should be there as the actual, let me rephrase that. If you have to replace the shielding every flight, then the shielding is useless. Let's put it that way. Very blunt, I know, and very, straight to the point, but it's the truth. If your shielding needs to be replaced every single flight, then it's not shielding, it's just some expendable kind of piece of your launch pad. This launch pad needs to be reusable and rapidly reusable. It's not just the booster and the ship. That's why they call it like stage 0, because the launch pad also needs to be, rapidly reusable. You need to essentially launch within a few hours. That's their goal with the Starship. And so the current design, while good, it is not optimal. So they need to improve it. And so one of the improvements is not adding more shielding, but rather make a more robust pad where you don't need to change that shielding or even having to install it at all. The same thing could be said, for example, with cladding on the tower. If you think about it, if you put cladding and then you have to replace the cladding every single time you fly, why do you have the cladding in the first place, right? Because it's protecting the things inside of the tower, but you can do away with it and try to protect the things inside of the tower on a different way and speed up your flight rate if you don't need the cladding in the first place, which is probably why you don't see the tower fully cladded. You only see some, certain patches, the bottom part, and that's about it. Right, and so this is one of the things that have changed, or like their sort of mindset has changed. Because if you think about the early designs, the early renders that we saw of the tower, it was fully cladded, and the chopsticks were fully cladded and everything. The chopsticks have not get any cladding or anything, and actually what we're seeing is that they have added protection to individual wires, individual pipes, instead of having like a blank shield kind of thing, where you just get a blanket of shielding, and now that shielding gets damaged after launch, you need to replace it. It's like, why do you have it in the first place, right? If you need to replace it, you're not having a rapidly reusable launch pad. And so sometimes adding shielding and then replacing after launch, it's like it doesn't make sense at all. You don't. It's like resurfacing your runway when you have an airplane landing on it, right? It's like you have an airplane landing on your runway, and now you need to resurface it again after every single airplane landing. It doesn't make sense at all if you think about it that way. So the same thing applies to this launch pad. More shielding is sometimes not more better.
I somehow knew that's where you were going to end up.
Like, because I know with because what we've seen cladding missing on the FSS at 39A too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because SpaceX has realized that okay, well, we're having to refurbish this all the time, and it's taking up more time than we want. So let's just take it off.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can see that on the recent flyover pictures and videos that we have published. You can see that cladding has gone away on 39A. And that's a Falcon launchpad. You might think, why? If Falcon 9 is like this little rocket, it's still very powerful, right? Like, it still damages your launch infrastructure. And if you want to launch rapidly, you have to actually be smart and not put cladding that is unnecessary, which is probably why, and this is also my theory as well, the Crew Tower at Pad 40 will probably not get any cladding, precisely because of that, because it doesn't make sense if you have to then repair that cladding every now and then. Just do away with it. Make your tower be able to take the loads and the forces and everything.
Yeah, makes sense. Oh, goodness. I mean, I am so far behind on thanking people for the support and all of the store. I mean, everybody's coming out and getting the patch. There's a store banner up right now. Someone just got the patch. But the merch is a really great way to support what we do, and we put a lot of work into it. And it's there's a variety of ways you can support us, but the merch is a way you can support us and get something cool back, like a physical item that you can enjoy and show off to your friends who will think you are super cool. Well, I mean, if you have cool enough friends to know about Starship, which I hope you do. But yeah, the patch in particular is a labor of love. Pauline put so much work into this, and all of the patches that we've done so far, they're really beautiful. And if you're not a patch person, you know what? It comes, the design comes on a variety of different mediums, including shirts and mugs. Look at that. That's a beauty. It's an absolute beauty. So yeah, I don't know if I'm going to be able to keep up with thanking everybody in the queue. I saw somebody just got another print. The metal prints are awesome too. Just everybody coming out, supporting what we do. You guys are the best. I can't say it enough. Like, we can't do this without you guys' support. And you know what? Not everybody has to support what we do. That's the beauty of it, is if you can't support us monetarily or you just choose not to, hey, it's your money. Like, however you want to spend it. But the people that do come out and support what we do are helping fund everything for everybody around the world. Oh, is Pauline in chat? Nice. Everyone say hi to Pauline. Because she rules.
Yeah. Hi, Pauline.
Hi, Pauline. You rule. Let's see. Falcon's Maze movie reference acknowledged. They are asking, any idea why it's going to take 15 tankers for the human landing system?
Will they barely transfer any prop on each flight? 15 sounds like a lot. Oh, man. I'm really hoping that 15 is like a overly cautious number based on the Starship system as we know it today.
Well,
And
maybe-
as it continues to evolve, I'm hoping that it ends up taking less than 15. But who knows? Maybe it'll end up taking more than that. And it's just incumbent on Starship as a system to support that necessary flight rate. But yeah, I don't know. Ryan, what thoughts?
Yeah, because you have to remember that Starship, I mean, we know the current version of Starship, the one we're looking at right now, only has like a payload to orbit of like 50 tons, at least according to that graphic, like 40 to 50 tons. So it can only carry an extra 40 to 50 tons of propellant in orbit. That's like nothing compared to how much it holds. Starship as a whole holds about, what was it? The Starship alone holds 1,000 metric tons of LOX. So that's going to take a lot of flights. Even if you get version 2, block 2 to like 100, 150 tons, you're still looking at a lot of tanker flights. That's 10. That's 10, say 100 tons. That's 10 tanker flights just to fill up your LOX. And then you also have your methane, and that's another 300 metric tons. So you're looking at 13 flights to fill it all. Like, yeah, it tracks. Unless they can get more performance out of the vehicle, which would be like Starship 3 or whatever you want to call it. Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. It is going to take a lot. So yeah, it makes sense.
It's also important to remember that this is not like trying to I don't know how to explain it, but like if you think about it, when they're trying to do the refill, it's gonna be through the QD, the same port that they load propellant on the ship. And if you think about it, that propellant is loaded in and then drained back and everything. But when you drain back, you have pumps, you have a lot of other things, right, that help you. When you are in 0G, you don't know if there's gonna be like leftover propellant on the ship, right? Like you could have if you can imagine, right? There's like this aft dome on the ship LOX tank, and so you could have some remaining residual propellant on that sort of aft dome, even if you try to pass through as much fluid as you can through the QD to the other ship. So you could have this thing where you try to look to minimize or rather maximize the amount of propellant that you load from one ship to the other, but you still have residuals. And so that plus boil off plus a lot of other things will condition the amount of tankers that you will need to be able to load the other ship, or a tanker or a depot or something like that, right? So it's really important to take into account that it's not just boil off and everything like that. It's also how much can you actually transfer, because it's not as easy as you pouring a liquid in a glass or something. It's a lot more complicated. You have interfaces, you have geometries of your tanks and things like that involved. Jack, talking while muted?
Maybe.
Oh my god, I just said like an entire paragraph muted. I don't even know what Well, Nathan C., thank you for becoming a launch director member. That is one of the higher levels of our membership program, so thank you so much. That's an outstanding amount of support. Absolutely fantastic of you. You get all of the perks. You get the members multi-view. You get the pre-show and the post-show for the Flame Trench, formerly NSF Live, our new Friday show, / our old Friday show.
You get all the members' photos, all the behind-the-scenes content. You get everything, and you get your name at the end of NASA Spaceflight Live. So, and the Flame Trench. I gotta keep remembering to call it the Flame Trench. So thank you so much for becoming a launch director. We appreciate all of our membies so much. I can't say it enough. You guys are the bedrock upon which we build everything here at NSF. So thank you, Babu the Ocelot. Thank you for the super chat. Archer reference acknowledged. They ask, is the new tower going to have the ship quick disconnect in the same location or movable for version 2 of Starship?
Movable.
Maybe like it can climb up and down the tower?
If you can come up with an engineering solution for that, I want to see it. That'd be cool. That would be cool. We don't know if it's going to move up yet or not. Based off of what we last saw with sections 4 and 5, the points haven't moved yet. Other than that, or we're just kind of waiting to see. I think it'll move up, to be honest, because I don't think they want to have this flimsy, stretching QD for too long. I think it'll move up, but they just haven't done the modifications yet.
Yeah, makes sense. Continuing to see the frost decrease on the booster and ship as they remove the propellants. Seemingly an excellent wet dress rehearsal so far. Hopefully we see some deluge testing or some other kind of testing here in the window.
You know, I'm just like the propellants right now. I'm pumped.
Wow.
What? You are taking too much from Sawyer. Man, Alex. I hope Sawyer's still listening in. That was a good one, but man, Alex, you really are. Pun token awarded.
I feel like just because of Alex, we should like nuke all pun tokens ever. Sorry, Sawyer. Just dig a big hole, put all the pun tokens in it, nuke.
Oh, even Sawyer says that's a stretch, Alex.
Well, that's gonna be Starship version 2.
Oh my god.
Let's see, Matt PD, thank you for the super chat. Anonymous, thank you for... Ooh, they got 2 of my prints. Holy cow, thank you so much. Again, the metal prints are awesome, and part of the sale goes to the person who took the print, so thank you.
And that's a U print, right? Because that's Polaris Program Flyby.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I think you took that one.
If you haven't seen the video, I need to upload that somewhere. Oh, no, I tweeted it. The tweet of the video from my phone mounted to the camera that shot this image
actually
is pretty great. Like the scream of delight that emanated from my body without any forethought or conscious decision making from my frontal cortex, it says it all. I was extremely happy to capture this image.
I think that was the lead image, the featured image on Flight 3's launch article, if I remember correctly.
Nice.
I have to go back and look, but I think that's what it was. I have a metal print of your the shot of the Falcon 9 going in front of the sun.
Nice.
That was such a cool picture.
It's a classic.
Oh yeah.
Oh, and they got the booster long exposure rollout. Nice. Thank you so much, Anonymous. West Coast indeed, best coast. Let's see. Kurt is asking, are there any indications to changes that improve attitude control of a ship while in orbit? Ryan?
Yeah.
I mean, they added new roll thrusters, right?
Yeah, there's a pair of new roll thrusters up near the payload bay. So they now have 4 roll thrusters on board. So hopefully that'll help them control the ship a little bit better. As I said earlier in the stream, I kind of want them to. I want to see them do do a barrel roll or do like an RCS roll in space, and then like start it and then stop it. I don't want to see it keep spinning like the last one did. But yeah.
Well, let's hope it doesn't spin at all.
Yeah, fingers crossed.
Or if it does, controllably.
Uh-huh.
If it does, only because it wants to.
Ships only do that when they're happy.
Yeah, right. All right, well, I think, Alex, we're going to give you a bit of a break. Thank you for being on thus far and sharing your wealth of knowledge. I'd
It's
say
my
wisdom,
pleasure.
but, I mean... Thanks, buddy. And taking Alex's coveted place is NASA Spaceflight Actual, Chris the Bergenator Bergen, founder of NASA Spaceflight, amazing, extraordinary human, beautiful man.
Hang on a minute, Jack. I'm going to stop you there.
I was wondering how far I could go until you would stop me.
Yeah, I was like, no, he's gone way too far here. I thought it was far enough when Alex starts doing soya puns, it's time for he needs a break. And I thought, well, that introduction, I'm not having that. No. The Yorkshireman can't take compliments, but he can't take exaggerations either.
Well, Chris, thank you for jumping on. I'm very curious as to your thoughts about what we've seen so far today, but we're also going to give me a little break, and Das is going to take my place. The one, the only. I don't have a nickname for Das.
Nope, just stop talking. Just stop right now.
All right, bye.
Let's nip that in the bud, Jack.
The Dawsonator. No, it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work.
No, it doesn't work. Also, I'm going to mute you. So anyways, I figured we'd tag in for a little bit here and hold down the fort while we continue to watch ice on the outside. It's slightly better than paint drying, but gosh, that was some fast paint drying earlier.
Yeah, it definitely was. It seemed like it's slightly faster than the last launch, but not much.
Did we time it out to the second, it started this long, and here's a graph of over time, or have we done that yet?
Yeah, it was about 48 minutes.
I'm trying, Das. I'm trying.
Okay. Alex is spreadsheeting over here. Nice. Good deal. And we're standing by for whatever else they're going to do next. I almost need a little bit of a recap here because I've been doing other work this morning, but we expect we'll get a splishy splash test. We see some ice melt. We expect some venting. What are we looking for coming up here? That's exciting and a reason for me to stay on.
Yeah, well, they're in the middle of detanking right now. As we can see, the frost line is receding slowly as they detank these vehicles. Yeah, the hope is to see a water deluge test at some point here today. Usually in the past, they've done it after they detank the vehicle, so we may still be a ways away from that happening. But yeah, that's kind of what we're looking forward to the rest of today.
Right, good deal. Is there any? There's nothing that precludes them from doing a water test whenever they want, right? It's not like the vehicle has to be full or the vehicle has to be empty. It could be half full or half drained or whatever. I wonder if there's any process that goes into the planning there.
They could do one in a minute, for all we know.
Yeah.
We just don't know when they plan on doing one.
Huh. I gotta say, I put this up on the TV. While I'm doing other stuff, I have it on the other monitor, or when I'm downstairs, I put it up on the TV in the living room. And the views this morning have been fantastic.
Oh yeah, I almost wish they had launched this morning with how nice the views were.
Oh my gosh, I heard that discussion. I don't think that's a thing.
No, that wouldn't go well if they tried to launch.
Yeah.
No.
Chris, what do you think? That was some ridiculous. It seemed like once it started going, there was a lot of energy. I'm not going to try the puns. You already have the puns covered this morning going into the rocket there. Were you watching this morning?
I was. I've been watching all the way through. It was quite amazing how smooth this has gone. I think it's a good sign of where SpaceX is trying to take this now, where they can get everything in the bag without any hiccups as such. And that will play into potentially a turnaround for Flight 5, because that's where we are now. They're getting close to Flight 4, We think it might be early June. It could be sooner. No one's ruling it out, because we know the FAA is pretty much like in SpaceX. It's in your balls, in your court now. So I think whatever date they go with Flight 4, they'll be in the back of their mind saying, how fast can we turn around for Flight 5? We've seen Flight 5 ship already tested, so that's done. The only thing we'll have to do is take out booster 12 and test that, and then they can go through this same procedure, the wet dress rehearsal. Maybe less TPS work this time. They've got to refine that and get improvements on that all the way through, and maybe potentially, I'm pushing it, but maybe even launch Flight 5 at the end of June. It's asking a lot, and a lot of people in chat will go, "You're crazy," and I don't blame them for saying that, because it is ambitious. But I think SpaceX is looking at the rapid part before reusability. So that's where we are with, hopefully, this good test today. I will say, and I'll ask Ryan the question, because a lot of people in chat are asking it as well. I know it's different commodities involved, but Falcon 9, the loading of RP1 and LOX takes how long? And then how long did this take for Starship? And obviously with a lot more propellant.
Well, that Falcon 9 takes 35 minutes. If I remember correctly, Falcon Heavy is 45, 50. Of course, we have Alex in here. He'll probably jump in and correct me. But
Yeah, Falcon Heavy is 55.
Okay, 55.
Or 50. Anyways, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. And so this, from what I can tell, at least the times that I grabbed, I know Alex is still looking into it there, but I think it was around 48 minutes, give or take. So it's about around 50 as a whole. So same as Falcon Heavy. I know that SpaceX had talked about wanting to get it down to 40. I don't think they can do that with the current tank farm. They might need to add more subcoolers or pumps to do that, or change the piping up a little bit. So we probably won't see that with this pad, but maybe other pads we'll see them get the time down even more. Which 40 minutes for all this propellant is, 40 minutes is kind of crazy, but it's hard to describe how crazy it is, because you're loading 5,000 tons of propellant, and like compared to Falcon 9, that's so much more. Like, it's just kind of crazy. It's hard to comprehend how fast that is.
What do you think, like, the limiting factor is? Like, what's the toughest limiting factor? Is it, I heard two things just then, the conditioning of the propellant, right? We have to have the subcoolers, et cetera, or the, like, raw flow rate of the propellant, knowing that they're related. Like, if you can't condition the propellant, you can't just pump it in. But is it that they can't subcool it fast enough? Or once they subcool it, they can't pump it into the vehicle fast enough? Like, I guess you have to do both of those together, huh?
Well, yeah, so you have to subcool it fast enough to get it in there, but the quicker you flow it, the more friction you're going to have in the pipe, so you're going to you might heat up the fuel a little bit again, so you'll counteract the subcooling that you want to do to begin with. And then on top of that, another limiting factor would be the ports that go into the vehicles themselves. If you want a higher flow rate, you make the opening port bigger.
Yeah.
So you would have to, that would require a decent modification of all the QDs around everything, and even the pipes going into it. So there's limiting factors all around, and there comes a point at which, well, you can fill it incredibly fast, but is it worth it to fill it that fast, kind of thing too? Is it worth all the setup to do it?
Like, where's it break even, where it's like, oh yeah, if you pump it faster, it starts to have higher resistance, or like I'm thinking of this in other terms that I understand. Like, you try to push it at too high a pressure or too high a feed, and then other things kick in. And so where's the sweet spot where it's fast enough for operations, but it's slow enough that you're not what's the right word? Incurring unnecessary inefficiencies, right?
Yeah.
That sounds super impressive when you say incurring unnecessary inefficiencies. But whatever. Just want it to flow faster. They need bigger holes so it can flow faster.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of curious what modifications they'll do to the next pads, because we haven't seen the QDs for those pads at all.
Yep.
Or, we don't even know how many pumps they're really going to have for the pad at 39A, let alone the second pad here, or how many we can kind of see how many subcoolers they're going to have at 39A, and I have to count those again.
Yeah.
They had the lock subcooler set up. I don't remember how many it was. They took them all for Massey's and here at the pad, so they have to get new ones for that. But
Gotcha.
it's another one of those things. We're gonna have to wait and see what it looks like once it's built, and it's gonna be a year and a half until we really see all that. So
Yeah, makes sense. I saw a question come through real quick. Is the WDR totally done right now? Who was that? I saw that scroll through. Billy Charleston is who was asking. They are detanking the vehicle. You can see the ice sort of melting down the sides there, but we are still expecting that they may toss in a deluge test. So we are hanging out here because everybody likes to see Starbase's favorite water park ride, the Orbital Launch Mount Deluge Test. And we are expecting that that might be something in the flow today. No confirmation or exact timing on when that might happen, but that's why we're hanging out, just sort of catching up on what's been going on and that sort of stuff. Yes, it's like a water park ride. Just, you're not allowed to ride it. Can you imagine sitting on a little thing, like a little, you go down those Schlitterbahn slide things and you sit on there and it like fires you out of the OLM? That's a thing. No, I did not intend to pun by saying deluge test in the flow. No, that was not intentional. Test flow and deluge test, that's a thing.
unintentional pun.
Unintentional, yeah. That doesn't count if I didn't mean to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. And the roadblock's still up as well. Chris can chime in. Chris has his eye on the roadblock camera over there all the way back at Massey's, right, Chris?
It's my one working eye is literally watching Massey's right now.
There you go.
There, in fact, we're showing it live. The roadblock is still there, but I am keeping an eye on them because they'll probably get into their vehicles when they're getting the kind of warning they're going to move.
Yep.
And that roadblock will move back to the usual position on Highway 4, which we know we see in the production site views. So that is when we know that the exclusion zone, the blast danger area they call it, for the wet dress rehearsal has ended. Obviously, it's not going to end just now because the vehicle is still quite full of propellant. They are detanking, but it's obviously something we'll keep an eye on.
Yeah, makes good sense. Right, did we go over that earlier? I guess Alex went off too. Did we go over like where the roadblocks are for tests like this?
I believe at the start we did, yes.
At the
Yeah,
very
we went
beginning?
over at the start. Yeah, so SpaceX has the main hard checkpoint all the way near our river site.
Yep.
Which is, and then there's also another checkpoint that's like right at the production site. Basically, it's just right over there. They have cars blocking right at the entrance to the production site.
Yeah.
And then it's hard to remember exactly. They also have a soft checkpoint all the way back down Highway 4, a little bit farther down.
Yeah, hey, I think we can see it on screen here, can't we? Yeah, there we go. So the launch mount's all the way over there, and normally when there's like static fire testing or whatever, there's a checkpoint right there, right? And so sort of the distance they clear, people are still working, and this is the prod site over here. They're still working in the prod site. They can still be in the village, and they're doing a static fire at the launch site. But when they put so much energy into the vehicle for this full wet dress rehearsal, right, they're pumping it full of actual propellants, they clear it all the way back to here, and that's what that other camera was showing. That's Richardson Avenue, that little street that goes down to the river. But that's where the checkpoint is today, the hard checkpoint. And you said there was somebody up at the production site as well, like blocking the gate to the production site or something?
Yeah, there's
It's
vehicles.
at St. Martin Boulevard.
It's at St. Martin?
Yep.
Nice. Gotcha. So that's
other
the
usual
difference.
place.
Like this is the normal distance right here for like for a static fire, and then for the wet dress rehearsal, it's actually more than double. I think it's almost like triple, just over triple, blocking all the way out there. And I guess if they have something up at San Martin, they may still have people at the production site or something along those lines, right?
I think it's just people to monitor the situation over there. They don't have any shifts that are actually working at the production
Gotcha.
site right now. Yeah.
Yeah. I should write launch site. I do not mean to imply that the launch is happening today. My terrible handwriting. And the other thing you talked about was that soft checkpoint. So if you go all the way over here, let's go see where the soft checkpoint is. There's the Border Patrol checkpoint. So here is going to be right at this old gas station at this intersection. Nope, that's not it. It's right here at Oklahoma, right there. So if we scroll out and we sort of look at the map, The soft checkpoint is like the last access all the way over here, right? And then you've got the test site all the way over here. Here's the prod site. Here's the river where we just pointed. Some of those might actually be off the map. Yeah, actually, this river is the last thing that's on the map there. So the soft checkpoint's all the way out there, but that's because this road, like Highway 4, goes all along here, right? And there are no other ways to get to Highway 4 except for the port connector. So there's no road that comes up from Mexico, or there's no other side road that brings you in this way. The only way to get in is that spot right there, so they put that checkpoint, that soft checkpoint there, and it keeps cars from being in this entire area over here. And they know nobody's coming out of the port. Like a public vehicle can't actually get out of the port there. That is a port gate that you have to pass through port security to even come out of there. That's where the tower segments come from. Anyways, I was looking for an excuse to draw, and there was the excuse to draw, chat. How's that work?
Everyone always loves DOS art.
You know.
Yeah, chat was going officially crazy at the sight of DAS art returning. It's been long missed since the regulatory giraffe.
The
drawing.
regulatory giraffe.
Yeah, we had to check the giraffe was smiling that the regulatory approval was going through.
Speaking of roadblocks,
Yes.
there are cars now going down Highway 4 from the Massey's area. They're probably moving the checkpoint up.
They heard us.
They heard us.
Yeah.
So the sheriff vehicle is still there, and a private security vehicle there as well, but there are vehicles driving the other way. And what happens is once they get to like a known state where they're confident that the vehicle is drained past a certain amount and it's not like a valve is stuck or anything, they'll open it back up. And then remember, the ice persists as well. So the ice we see on the side of the vehicle will stay frozen to the side of the vehicle a little bit longer. Sheriff's going to do a U-turn here.
Yep, so they were going to move the roadblock up to LBJ, and that's where it'll sit until the vehicle is fully detanked, safed, and the launch site is clear.
Nice. That is the shorter checkpoint that we drew on the map. That is where they close it when they're doing static fires and other testing, proof testing, and that sort of stuff. But the energy in the vehicle is limited, right? They're not putting it completely full of propellants like they did earlier today.
Yeah.
Oh, is this the thing we can say? I'm pretty sure this is the thing we can say.
Yeah, I was wondering if we could.
Yes.
Adrian!
Just go.
He's typing. Adrian is typing. Yes, we can say it. I'll leave the pleasure to you for does, because I think it's a nice little milestone for everybody involved here.
So y'all, like, I think everybody at NSF has bought stuff online before, right? And there's always the thing, like, I bought my stuff, and when is it going to appear? Like, we're so spoiled by Amazon and everything. So it's always this huge discussion in the shop chat that we have, like, oh, when are we comfortable to start selling patches, selling merch, whatever, right? And it's always, we want to make sure that we're not going to basically take your money and then sit on it for 3 months while we wait for the patches or whatever to come in. But Adrian has told us that the patches have now officially arrived at the warehouse, and the first patch orders are actually going out the door, like being fulfilled from the warehouse. That's an entire thing. So if you were worried, you're like, oh, I don't want to buy this until it's actually shipping or it's actually in stock. A, we don't want to put things in our shop unless we know that they are imminently going to be shippable or fulfillable or whatever. Like already en route, like the production has finished and they're en route to the warehouse. It's not like, I don't know, the production might be finished in another 6 weeks. We don't do that generally as a rule. But we do sell, like when we know the patches have been produced and they're imminently headed to the warehouse and we don't see any errors or anything with them, then we'll start selling them so that as soon as they hit the warehouse, they can start going out the door. And that is happening right now. Like the patches are leaving the warehouse. If you already placed the order, your order's already in and it's going. But if you're waiting for them to actually be in the warehouse and you place an order and they go out the door, that is currently the situation.
Speaking of which, I think we should provide some thanks. These streams get very busy, and we tend to get a lot of support, and it is appreciated. And of course, we appreciate everybody who's involved in this. You can be a guest first time here, doesn't matter. It's all very much part of the overall community we've got here, which is great. But yeah, a lot of people have bought those patches. And when you buy something from the store, you have the option of putting a message in. A lot of people just put like a one line saying, looks great, a fine addition to my collection. I'm reading them out literally as I'm seeing it. One more from my collection, let's go. So I'm going to thank a bunch of people here. Bear with me, this might be speed run, but I want to make sure people's names get recognised. Michael, thank you very much for your support. They'll come up on the top of the screen as well to see what you bought. I think most of these will be patches. Charles, thank you to Charles. Anonymous, that's the one I should have read first. Simon, very much appreciated. Bobby, Chris, I'm trying to click on these as fast as I can. I might just click them later. Monty, Adam, David, Annette, Ian, Jake, Todd, Floris, Matt, Gary, Tad, Ryan, Paul, Gary again, Andrew, and Michael. Thank you very much for your support. You've all bought something from the store. Just make sure your names are recognised because you use the message system. Again, all the messages are mainly just like, thanks, great patch, looks great. But very much appreciate your support. Thank you.
Yeah, good deal. Hey, I guess since Chris and I are on, I understand there's a lot of frustration about the Flight 3 patches, right? Mm-hmm. And I know, like, when the other commentators are on, they're just like, oh, yeah, they told us there's not anymore, right? Like, we're out of stock. It's true, they're out of stock. But I haven't really heard the explanation why. So if you're curious, and it's not just like, oh, we just refuse to do it, that's not the case. When we order the patches, we get these things custom done. So we come up with a design, we go through an entire proof process. It's not like the t-shirt where you order a t-shirt and then they take your t-shirt and they print it on it in real time and then they put it in the box and they ship it to you like one at a time, right? Just-in-time production is what it's called. The patches are not just-in-time production. The patches are ordered in bulk up front, right? So before each launch, we look at this and we're like, how excited are people about Starship? And how many patches, honestly, can we afford to get made? Because we have to pay it all up front. We order the patches, we pay for all of the patches up front. We place this big order for thousands of patches, and then the place produces all the patches, and they send us huge boxes. The boxes actually came to me in the past, like to my house, and I would have to stuff my car with as many boxes as I could fit and drive them to the warehouse to deliver them, right? So we would bulk order just thousands of patches, and we'd pay for all that up front, and then they would go to the warehouse, and when you order a patch, it gets picked off the shelf and then put in a box and shipped to you, right? But when the warehouse is out of stock, there are no more patches to be shipped. It's not like they can just stip up an extra patch for you real quick and ship it. And so people are like, well, why don't you go out and order more patches? And the question is, well, how many patches would we order? If we try to go and order 100 more patches, the price is going to be insane. The factory doesn't work at those rates if you've seen the quality of our patch, right? They don't just let you, oh yeah, just give me another 50 patches. Some people want some patches, right? So if we want to order more to keep from having to charge you 3 times the cost for the patch, like who would buy a $45 patch? If it was Flight 3, you didn't get your Flight 3 patch, I don't think we would sell it for $45. It wouldn't make any sense. It'd be ridiculous. But that's how it would turn out. If you wanted another patch, we'd have to charge a ton more for it, right? And so the whole thing is, it's custom production. We order in advance. This is what? That was the 3rd flight that we've ordered a patch like that for. So how many do? We can't keep tens of thousands of dollars of inventory just sitting in stock afterwards because we ordered 100,000 patches or whatever. I didn't do the math on that. But we can't just go back and order another 100 patches or 200 patches. Right? Does that make sense to you? Like, is that a thing? Does that make sense to y'all? Like, I don't just want it to be, no, we're not going to do it. We can't do it. Right? Like, clearly we could order more patches, but the prices would be insane at smaller numbers, and we would feel bad about that. Like, we'd feel dumb selling a patch for a ridiculous amount, you know?
I think a good analogy is the calendar we do every year. We sometimes get the occasional message say, well, I could buy a calendar from a supermarket, much cheaper.
Yeah.
We're not a supermarket. We can't buy
supermarket.
20,000 in, and they're not generic photographs. We've got our own photographs from our own photographers.
Yep.
So we all pass it on to them as well. So it's about the size of the site and the uniqueness of the site. I mean, this patch, for example, the flight patches we've got from Pauline are designed by us, by Pauline, and does amazing work. We do a lot of work in the background to get it right, to make sure it's the best possible when we got at that. And that's why so much effort goes into it. But then we can't go and gamble and buy too many in, because then you're defeating the purpose. You'll end up making a big loss, wouldn't you? So it's always a balance on how you get in.
Think about a pre-order, right? Okay, so y'all want to pre-order patches right now. Well, hey, just let us get together and do like a group buy to make some more Flight 3 patches. Well, you can't guarantee what the price would be. Like if we say, all right, we're going to do another buy for Flight 3 patches, here, buy this patch, and they're not produced yet, you just have to wait, right? If we did that, because it's all based on the bulk, like how many actually get ordered, we can't tell you right now, like, oh yeah, the patch would be this much. Because the cost of the patch with the quality of the factory that outputs it depends on how many patches are actually sold. So we couldn't even tell you, oh yeah, buy this now for $20, it'll be a little bit more, but we don't know that we would get enough orders in to actually make the patch not lose our shirts at that price point, right? So anyway, I know sometimes we talk about merch quite a bit, but this is important, I think, to us. We don't want people to think we're just being annoying. We're not trying to use this as another, oh yeah, it's just an excuse to talk about merch for 15 minutes. Like, I really do want y'all to understand all the decision making that goes into how we do this. Yeah, but Dunedin, right? Okay, get a quote on how many quantities of purchase. But then how do you do a pre-sale, right? Like, I've got that. I know that 50 patches would cost this, and 100 patches, 500 patches, 1,000, 5,000. Like, we can get those quotes. But if we're doing a pre-sale, what do you buy? We can't actually price it. And then you get into the tricky situation. Oh, well, just express interest in buying a patch, right? Like, oh, put in your email and tell us that you'd love to buy a patch. And then we get a certain number of people who express interest, and then how many of those actually convert to sell the, we want to make y'all quality product. We pay extra for these patches. Like, I'm not going to say I'm a patch snob, but I really do acknowledge, like, I know the difference between a nice collector's patch and a giveaway patch that somebody made like 25,000 copies of and just throws them out in the street for people, right? And we're firmly on the quality collector patch. No, I'm not a patch snob. Don't say that. Anyways.
I like this view, by the way. This view, I don't know if we could look at the T0 and say, okay, didn't do a water deluge test. But there's every potential of them doing one later. We saw on a previous Wet Dress Rehearsal, they did one well after into detanking. Ryan, can you remember when they did the actual water test on the last Flight 3 Wet Dress Rehearsal?
Trying to remember.
I am too, yeah.
I'd have to go back and look. Well, actually, you know what? Let me just pull up that stream. Hey, you know what's a fun thing about this image right here is, like, slightly over to the right there. We might not even have to pan over it all. Will be the foundation for the second tower. Like, it'll be in this image to the right, just a little bit. Along with maybe even the OLM right in front of it too. So I can't wait for a shot like that where you get to see both. Like a shot out in the dunes where you see 2 full towers with 2 full stacks, just sitting proudly. I can't wait for that shot.
I keep watching for the little burbles, like the little water feature at the bottom. I have a full screen camera where I'm just watching for the little burbles, so as we talk about other things and just sort of hang out here, we can yell deluge all of a sudden if it starts to happen.
Aaron Crosby's got a good question. I think we've answered this quite a few times on the Raptor side, but we've obviously got a lot more people in here than the Raptor side chat. Do we think since they're catching a booster with virtual tower, this is Flight 4, they'll simultaneously try and catch a virtual booster with the Mechazilla system during Flight 4 using real-time data? Now, Ryan, we talked about this on the Raptor side before, but we can re-emphasize it. We know that they've done the modifications on one side of the chopstick so it can actually move a lot faster now, but we don't think they've done the other side. We haven't seen them move the other arm at that kind of speed. So any kind of test they'll be doing will probably be potentially before they do the modification with the other arm, and that might negate any data they want to get with a simultaneous use of the launch tower while they're actually doing a virtual landing on the ocean during Flight 4. What do you think, Ryan?
Well, There is an interesting part to that with the actuator that's on the other side. Is the new actuator they put in? I'll call it the left stick. Basically you're sitting on the carriage and you're looking out towards the ship. We'll go. The left stick is the one that was modified with the new actuator, and the right stick wasn't. The new actuator they put on has extra lines going to the back of the actuator, which looks like it's for extra flow to the back of the piston. So basically, they can extend it quicker, as we've seen as they move that quicker compared to what they've had in the past. Now, the actuator that is on the right side, it actually has that on it, and it looks like it has about the same amount of lines, though. It's been a minute since I've looked at it, but they may not need to modify that side. They just haven't actually moved it at the speed we've seen the other one at. Because there's no way just a single upgrade to that actuator would cause them to move that fast. My guess is that SpaceX has not been utilizing the full capability of the hydraulic system that they have for the chopstick arms. I think it's a combination of a higher flow rate for the actuator itself by adding lines and adding flow into it, plus upping the flow from the actual system itself, rather than just one modification. I think those in concert is what caused this thing to move faster, rather than just one thing. So they may not need to modify that other side. They may already have it good to go. We just haven't seen them move it. Why they haven't done it, I don't know. But it's one of those things we have to watch out for.
Thank you also to Nate Saunders for gifting a membership. Also to Bideford for gifting 20, which is absolutely crazy, but not the first time from Bideford. That's why Bideford's got a command in chat. Such
Hey,
a
Chris.
regularity spot, yes.
Oh, I missed Bideford last night as well. Bideford was watching the museum show.
Oh, yes.
About the spacesuit engineering. In Bideford, you did a thing, and Chris actually pasted it to me so I would see it, and I just didn't glance at the monitor before I said bye on the show. Bideford actually did a donation to the Intrepid Museum virtual programming that we helped with last night. So I felt so bad afterwards. I was like, no, it was right there, and I missed it. Thank you so much for supporting that show as well. We always see Bideford's name in chat.
Absolutely, yeah. That was a great stream, by the way. If you've not watched it, I'm going to spam chat with it. I haven't spam chat in a while, so I think it's time I do that. If I can quickly go through, navigate my own browsers. I've got so many browsers open, it's ridiculous. Hang on a minute. Right, and of course YouTube's menu thing is great, isn't it? There, we can't find it. It's live stream, wasn't it? There we go, live stream. And it was Spacesuit Engineering. I thought it was a great stream. Really
it
insightful.
was.
Catherine was brilliant, I must admit.
She was.
Very
And
insightful.
She had a spacesuit behind her.
Yes, always helps.
Like we did we always do tech checks, right? And we do these technical checks to make sure that their camera and their microphone, and y'all will be able to hear them, and it's not a terrible potato camera. Like we always spend an hour earlier in the week just sitting down with the guest and tech checking it. And she started off in her office, like Cube Farm area, and she's like, wait, I might be able to stream from here. And I was like, let's tech check it if we can do this. And she literally picked up her laptop and walked across the facility and ended up in the room with the spacesuits. And we're like, yes, ship it. We're going to do this interview, the discussion from here.
That's the kind of guest you want today. When we get Jeff Bezos on the Flame Trench, can you go into the factory floor, please, Jeff?
Just
have a look with me. Yeah. I got this laptop from Amazon. Did you know? Oh, really, Jeff? That's fine. You keep talking. Well, no, it was really good. I mean, I don't say that without meaning it, because it really was. I was like, I've got loads to do, but I'm just going to watch this. This is brilliant.
Yeah.
The eternity. Oh, sorry, we're going to say something, Doss.
No, I was just going to say, like every one of those shows, I try to learn something, right? And I did not know anything about spacesuits, apparently. Like, I thought I'd be like, oh yeah, spacesuit, oh yeah, the EMU, extracurricular, blah, 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 right? And then after we talked with the actual spacesuit engineer for 90 minutes, I was like, I know nothing about spacesuits, and now I know slightly more about spacesuits, and I want to know even more. So I want to go visit them on a field trip or something. Anyways.
This is a really good question. It's Only Turney. It's Only Turney asks how much weight is added with frost accumulation. Does higher humidity levels increase the accumulation? I will first of all start. I won't know the answer, so I'm going to pass the answer on, the question on. But I will note that the space shuttle external tank was covered in Suffifoam. The reason for it being that it was protect the actual metal below it the aluminium. I know Americans call it something different. From the basically because of the cryogenic temperatures, but you would still get frost forming on the outside of the foam, and that was something the red team, the team that went to the pad while it was fueled, would take binoculars, be covered in like LOX venting. It would flash across their faces. I'll find a GIF for you sometime. Absolutely incredible sight. And then they would check for large deposits of frost that may be ice balls, because if that came off during ascent, to be worse than the foam coming off, and we know how much of a danger that is to a spatial wing and spatial TPS. The frost was a thing that's gone through the entire program. The fact we're looking at a big stainless steel vehicle makes it more obvious. But I mean, I don't know if we'll have an answer, but I assume it will be quite a lot of weight added to it, because it does shed it off, doesn't it?
You know how I'd address it? I think the right thing to do is to talk through how you would calculate it. Right?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get a feed up here that we can draw on. I just need to find a good. Oh, I may just have to use another one. Apparently, some of my feeds are different now. Yeah, that's south. Well, all right. I'll do this. I'm going to use Dune as the one that I can draw on. For some reason, my other ones are not connecting. So if you wanted to know how much, I guess... Oops, let's actually uncrop that. Sorry, Kevin. How much mass would be added, right? You know that Starship is basically a huge cylinder, right? So you have... Let's just do the booster first. You have a huge cylinder that looks like this. And you would know the radius or diameter, you know both if you know one, right, of the cylinder. And so your first step would be able to figure out the surface area of the outside of the cylinder, which is going to have something to do with pi and the length of the cylinder, right? So you try to figure out what the surface area of the entire outside of the cylinder is. And then after you know that, you need to know the thickness of the ice. So you get sort of a volume of ice, because if you have an area, like in square feet or square meters, and then you know a thickness, you can add a third dimension to it, right? This would be an area. That would be like a length and a width. And then if you add a height to it, you get a dimensional sort of thing like this, right? And so then you would know the volume of ice in cubic meters, whatever you want. And after you know that, you would have to know the density of the ice. So is this like ice that would be in your refrigerator? Right? Is it like more frosty ice that would form on your window? I think it's going to be closer to frosty ice like your window in the winter, as opposed to a solid block of ice in your refrigerator, right? Probably like a lower density than an ice cube, but a higher density than a frost. And then
more like snow.
In a way. Yeah, maybe like a snow sort of thing. Exactly, Ryan. Right. And then after you know the density, you've got the volume, because density is going to come in like mass per unit volume. So kilograms per cubic meter or pounds per cubic foot or whatever. Then you could figure out, knowing the height of the cylinder and the diameter of the cylinder and the total surface area, so the total volume, that's how you would go about figuring it out. But there's unknowns. We know the size. We could figure out the size. We could figure out the surface area of the outside. But what we don't know are the two variables: how thick is the ice and how dense is the ice. And without those two things, we wouldn't be actually able to tell you exactly how much it weighs. How's that?
I think that's far more expansive. Also, with the benefits of Dazart, than I'd ever come up with on her upside. By the way, you've given me the access to the pen. I have tried drawing on the screen, and it does work, but I look like a 3-year-old with a crayon.
I look like a 4-year-old with a crayon, so you were fine. We're in good company.
You have straight lines. I have squiggly lines that I then take half an hour to try and get off the screen again, because the program will not wipe it, so I have to close the program. One day I will...
Competition time, Chris, Das, and Alex.
Who has the most legible handwriting?
Right.
I would lose.
Even in real life, from a pen, I'd lose. Anyway, moving quickly on. This must have been the point in time where Kevin was spamming Ship 26 propaganda, because Matthew Dahl says, "Woo, Ship 26." Hoppy agrees. Kevin Harrington, says Keith is awesome. The technical director has a great name. Yeah, he does. Kevin Michael Reed has a brilliant name. I think it's almost impossible to just call him Kevin or Kevin Reed. It's Kevin Michael Reed. It's definitely the name to read out. I do like his name. It's very good. Lots of support, so much support. It's almost impossible to do. I will give a shout out to a store message from someone who's anonymous just by saying hi all from Goon Hilly Earth Station in Cornwall, UK, which is amazing because that is historic, that place.
Yeah.
In fact, I do believe the Sky at Night with Sir Patrick Moore back in the day. And also the presenters that followed. Chris, I've forgotten his second name. Forgive me because he follows me on Twitter. But it was such an iconic place. And that is a loud vent, yeah.
That is a very loud vent.
They should be getting close to full depress soon, because basically the frost lines are nearly gone. I mean, it doesn't look like it's gone, but I'll tell you, there's a lot less propellant in those tanks than you think there is. A lot of it's just leftover frost that'll eventually melt away once the tank wall warms up. But these vehicles are more or less detanked at this point in time.
Yeah, it lags behind. Like the mass of the stainless steel retains the temperature after the propellant's no longer on the other side. So the ice stays there for a little while and then slowly melts as the temperatures change. Did we cover real quick the roadblock that was all the way out there near Richardson? The further roadblock is now totally gone, and they have completely built up. Yeah, there you go. Just a couple mailboxes and a stop sign now. And the full roadblock has been deployed at the normal close-in roadblock. They've got the roadblock trailer there and all the vehicles and all that sort of stuff. So they have completely moved that in, which is another great sign that the conditions that exist at the vehicle are safer for people to be returning to the village area and the prod site there.
It was Chris Lintott. My name was completely wiping from my brain, but also an extremely good presenter of Sky at Night, which is a very historic, decades-long running show in the UK on BBC. And it was iconic because they did cover the shuttle, they covered everything, and they've covered Starship. And I know Chris has liked some of our tweets on the Starship program, so it's really cool that even though it's mainly astronomy, they do cover the spacecraft as well. So if anyone from the UK will be listening, I know people will correct me on the name there quickly, so a lot of people do recognise the show.
Nice. Hey, Chris, I got some comments about my explanation.
Oh, God. Here we go, then. Let's do a debrief.
The first thing is that, oh, look.
Tower
Huge vent. Yeah, tower vent.
That should indicate they're pretty much empty on the ship. Usually when that comes back on after, it's usually they're basically purging the lines and dumping the rest of it out. So
Yep.
Yeah.
See if I can bring that up real quick. Oh, that's south. See, I need to fix my infinity view. For some reason, I can't draw over infinity right now, which is that camera you're seeing. But no, yes, my explanations tend to be a little bit longer. Like I come from a STEM outreach and education background, so I'm going to say it like 3 different ways because some of you are really smart and you're going to already know the answer, and then some of you are like, oh, I got it the first time I say it. And then when I say it a slightly different way, somebody else will be like, oh, wow, now it makes sense. So I have a very ingrained habit of explaining something like 3 different ways to help different people.
Someone say long explanations?
Yeah, the long explanations, yeah. Anyways.
Alex, the king of long explanations.
Alex jumps in to give me a grief about long explanations, I guess. But
I will say that when I do a Raptor side chat, and I know Alex and Ryan are both on chat, I can put my feet up.
Step away, take a break.
Hi, welcome to the Raptor side chat, and then after an hour, thanks for joining us. See you next week.
Yeah, it tends to be a bit like that.
Again, lots of support. I'm reading questions out. Well, not necessarily.
Oh, sorry, Chris. Go ahead.
I was thinking, is it me echoing? It did sound like me for some reason when you were talking as well, right? Did you notice something? Because it might be more important than me just babbling on.
No, nothing else. I was just kind of surprised no one asked about Ship 31. I'm kind of actually surprised.
Oh yeah, actually, that's a good point. In fact, I do have one question here. I've just done a quick search. The wonderful thing of the panel is I can search the keyword 31, which is not even a word, but there we go. Dave asks, what was the exact issues with Ship 31's electrical raceway? Any speculations?
Oh, okay. I'll answer that, and I'll do an Alex explanation. So, you look at all the close-up pictures. It looks like a COPV line, which runs down the raceway, basically failed, sheared, failed, exploded, whatever you want to call it. That being either like a nitrogen, helium, or like CO2 line. So basically, it exploded, and when it failed, it ripped apart the electrical lines, which then caused the short, which then caused arcing, which caused a electrical fire. Now, luckily, there's not a lot of stuff that can burn in that raceway. It's pretty much just the wire shielding. So it put itself out pretty quickly, whether it was the COPV itself that put it out or it just burned out really quick. So it's kind of lucky for SpaceX on that one that it didn't do more. However, that much arcing isn't usually good for electronics. We'll just say that. My guess is they fried a decent amount of stuff on that vehicle. The good part is they were able to safe it, detank it, and then get control of it and roll it back. So it is back in the high bay now. So they're going to they'll take a look at it, see what else caused it. But I can't really think of any other way that that kind of failure happened with it. I'd be kind of curious to see, because it looks like SpaceX already looked at Ship 29's raceway when they rolled it away from the OLM, because they seemed all ready to stack it, and then that anomaly happened. They went, wait a minute, let's hold off here and see what happened there. So they inspected. Looks like they inspected the raceway on 29. I guess they didn't find anything because, of course, they stacked it, performed a whole wet dress with no issues. At least none that we could tell. We'll put it that way. So we'll have to wait and see how long it takes them to repair Ship 31. If they do repair it, maybe they skip it now. It doesn't look like the tank wall got punctured at all because there was no venting after it happened. I think the tank wall just got a little burnt from the arcing. But yeah, it's an accident. It happens. Either it was an installation accident, maybe someone dinged it when they were installing it, or a lift banged into it. There's a ton of different ways that you could cause enough damage to that so it would fail, because those lines could be under a couple thousand psi. So you ding it once, you structurally compromise it, and then it breaks. So they'll do their own investigation into it, and we'll see what comes out of it. My guess is going forward, the COPV lines will get moved away from the raceway so it doesn't happen again.
And Ryan, when you say the arcing isn't good for the electronics, like understatement of the century, but it's not like it's just that area, right? It's not just the wire right there in that area. Like arcing or surging through an electrical line can affect things way up or down the chain. So it's not just, just inspect the wiring in that one area and see if it's good. If it's good, it's good. It could be something in a totally different part of the ship that's affected by the surge of energy that goes through the lines when that arcing happens. It's like super dirty power when you get an arc.
Yeah, they could have easily fried a good chunk of their avionics, sensors all over the place. They're going to have to test every little piece of that ship to make sure it's all good to go. So,
yeah.
And that's the OLM vent that just started back up, so that should be the locks detanked on booster too.
While I've been talking, I've just been putting on some star messages. It's incredible to me, and it needs referencing, that when you buy something from the store, you can put a message in there, you can put a question in there, you can make a request in there. The last 10 or so I've just put in on the ticker. You've seen them scroll across the screen while Ryan was talking there. I just love the channel, keep up the great work. Love the merch. Thank you for what you do. People who are literally supporting us by buying something. I mean, it's cool things. Like, I always say the store is the best way of supporting us, because not only are you supporting us, but you're also getting something cool in the post, which I think's a wonderful thing. When it arrives, it's from us, and it's cool, it's yours. Just the fact that people have used the message area of the store to say just things like that.
Yeah.
No question. Just like, thanks. It's like you're helping us and thanking us for it as well. It's like, to me, that is kind of like, wow. I always find that really wonderful, so I thought it's just important to do a little bit of appreciation for that.
Good deal. Still no deluge, though.
No, I was hoping.
No.
Yeah.
They seem to be done detanking. I mean, honestly, we could sit here for another hour and they won't do it, and then as soon as we end the stream, they do it, because you know SpaceX.
Well, you won't miss it.
Watch us.
Well,
You won't miss it, because that's
they
what
have.
No,
They
we
have the
won't miss
monitors.
it.
they have the monitors up, and we've seen them on. Jay Leno did an interview with Elon, and we saw it in the background of the factory. They had the SBL on live. So maybe they're thinking, well, we'll do a deluge test whenever we want. It'll be live anyway on SBL. So I'm sure that will not be a consideration. But it's kind of fun just knowing that when we show views like SBL's views with all the different cameras and what have you, even though they've got their own security cameras and what and as such around the pad and stuff, they actually have monitors on with SBL on, which is really cool.
Yes, I think we have some different angles. Like, surely they can get closer up angles, but we've got some different angles. Like, it's possible to be too close to the test, and I wouldn't be surprised if some of SpaceX's fancy up-close cameras are totally, like, fogged out because they're too close. We have that problem. Like, our closer cameras, like the trailer view like this, when the tank farm's really going, we can barely see anything. Imagine SpaceX's cameras that are in the middle of the tank farm. So... yeah, I'm sort of like silver lining the cloud there, right? Like, oh, we can't put a camera on the tower, but that's good in some ways because we can still see the rocket.
I do
yeah,
have
it's a bit of a stretch.
I do have a nice little question, which I think is something the community will appreciate as well. Burnnator asks, can you all explain the ship 2065? I just don't get why it's so divisive and and why it's not the best ship. Was that Kevin Michael Reed's burner account?
I'm trying to remember. I think it was it Jack who made an offhand comment on a stream at one point? It was either Jack or someone else. Someone made an offhand comment and it just stuck. And then everyone just kind of went back and forth. And then people took a certain camp and went, no, we don't like the flapless, the heat shieldless ship. I don't even remember how it started anymore at this point.
Well, you know, I think like the root of it is the folks who watch this sort of stuff are so passionate about what's going on. There's a lot of passion. There's a lot of energy from folks, right? But there's also no end of Wow.
Deep press?
I think that sounds like a deep press.
That was loud. Oh, that's ship depress, yeah.
It is. There it is on the ship up at the top, y'all. Oh, middle of the ship, but top of the stack.
And there's booster depress.
Yep. So you got
they are done.
The cowbell vents going downwards in the middle of the booster, and the ship vent going out to the side there. Go ahead, Ryan.
Hey, SpaceX, if you want to add noise to this, do a deluge test.
Can they hear us? I assume Kevin handled the audio levels there, and chat can actually. Can you hear us, chat?
Good morning. Basically, like
the full stack does not want us to talk about Ship 26, I think.
Nope, apparently not. It said no.
Look at all the vents going. You got the downward facing vents, you got the center vent going to the side, the top vents are going, the ship vents going. There's even a vent, look at the very top of the ship up there, Ryan.
Oh yeah, that'd be your header tank vents going too. You know what's funny is this is probably going to be the second to last booster to have those cowbell vents.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it looks like 13's not going to have them any. 13 doesn't have them.
It's not like they just 12, add them in the end.
No, they usually add them before they go to mass season. They didn't add them, so I don't think 13's getting them. The thing is those cowbell vents were kind of when they needed to do an ullage, back when they might have needed to do an ullage burn before hot staging.
Yep.
And all those common dome sections were built before that, before they decided to go to hot staging, really. So, and 13 was kind of the first one after the fact, and well, they don't need that ullage burn anymore because they're running the engine still. So the cowbells are now pointless. They just need vents.
Yeah. Because that's why we say cowbells. We don't have a camera zoomed in on those right now, but they look like downward-facing cowbells. People think we're crazy, but you stare at these rockets all day long, you got to come up with something.
Kevin, enhance. I don't know, trailer cam enhance, maybe? I don't know.
I think are they just lower. A little lower than that? Yeah.
They're just under the common dome for booster. Tilt down, right? Not pan. Tilt down.
We're not doing. Are we doing a time lapse on trailer 2 or anything?
I don't know. To be honest.
question for the larger class then.
Jack forgot his time-lapse camera, or at least he wasn't able to put it out. So
Stand by. Work in progress.
Thanks. Okay. Because of course the problem is I can log into any camera I need to and do whatever we want. But I shouldn't abuse that authority.
I do.
You do?
Adrian in the back. Was that God?
Kevin, if it's okay, I'm in a trailer 2 right now. If you want me to just aim it at the cowbell fence, I'm happy to do
Now Jack's mad with me. Whoops.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, good deal. I don't want to. Yeah, sure, I could log in and do that, but I don't want to step on toes. Like there may be something that I'm not aware of. Like, oh, this is locked out for a time lapse. Here we go, Kevin. There's the cowbell fence on trailer 2.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. Wow, they look like bullhorn vents or something now.
Yeah.
They're cheering megaphone vents almost. Like a really long
so
cowbell.
Those are on booster 12, but they are not on 13 anymore. So
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And the reason a potential reason they were sort of aiming down is because if you release the pressurized energy in that direction, it can push the booster forward a little bit, which can make the fuel float to the back. When you say ullage, that's what we mean, right?
Yeah. So they don't really need to do that anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what's the point of you just take some mass off? Obviously, you just don't need to add it anymore.
They're just like redirectors or whatever, those little cowbell things. Because at the end of the day, they're just holes in the side of the ship with a valve on the other side of them, right?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. Hey, while I'm here, I bet you I can go up to find that ship vent and zoom in on the ship vent. See, now I'm
that'll
Chris.
be the primary LOX vent, which is ship only has one of those. They did add another one, which seemed to be puffing earlier, but it's kind of hard to tell.
Yeah. There we go. It'd probably be better because that vent is coming directly at the camera right now. And if it was like a 45-degree angle off the camera, it would look cooler. But anyways.
Yeah.
There you go.
I do have a question that I can answer, and I'd be the one to answer it anyway, if that's okay.
Sure.
If you don't mind. Margaret asks, with the store message, this is amazing. This is like triple support levels here. Margaret, with the store message, says, is the NSF L2 lifetime subscription same as a Capcom membership? I would love to join a Discord. Love NSF rockets. Pun there. The merch is great. Right, Margaret. Yes. Now, the way L2 works is it's in the store L2, so you can actually see it there for the subscription levels. You'll see 2 months, 6 months, and 1 year. There is, when you renew, a lifetime option, but that's available to anybody. I always say, join for a couple of months, you'll see how good it is, and you want to join for longer. But if you joined at lifetime, you also get lifetime Discord at the Capcom level access as well. That's something I personally can do for you when you go lifetime L2. If you want to know more, if anybody wants to know more, just send me a message either in the Discord via DM, via the forum as a PM, or even an email. So I will be able to show you how that all works. But that is the way of getting everything in one go, is an L2 lifetime subscription. Can I also just thank some more people?
Absolutely.
I'm always very cautious about always doing things like that because it's just like, really? That's more ways for money? No. Trust me, you can ask any question. You could be like somebody who's just come in here today for the first time. You thought, oh, that's interesting. It's a rocket. I want to ask a question about it. And if it comes from our panel, we see it. We will answer it. It's literally everybody's welcome. And I would never only exclusively answer super truck questions. I know some streams do on different subject matters. We're not like that at all. If you've got a question, we'll answer it. Simple as that. Which the problem is we've got so many questions. There are so many of them. There are so many. We will miss people out. Even super chats. It's just so many of them. We'll be here for hours. But it's important just to thank people. I did see some gifted memberships, which I think is one of the best things YouTube's added recently, where people are able to literally, who are already members, can provide a membership to other people, which is really great. I'm just seeing what they all are. That panel is absolutely piled full of loads of super chats, which is incredible. But yeah, thank you to everybody who's done it. If you did find your name go green and you're thinking, how's that happened? Why? I didn't buy anything. How am I a member all of a sudden? It's because one of our communities provide you a gifted membership for a month for free. And by all means, please not just recognise that you've got your name in green. You've also got access to the membership area of our channel. So check it out because there's a lot of content in there. I know because I uploaded there. more questions, I think. By the way, MacGyver added 5 gifted memberships. Thank you very much. And I saw Apocalypse Cow earlier as well. There we go, gifted 5 Red Team memberships. Always regular people who support the community here. Thank you for your support. Booster 4 Gridfin. This is a good question because it answers like several questions I've seen on the same subject. Asks, what is the longest time from WR to launch in past launches? I would also cover that as the shortest time period as well. So hypothetically, Ryan, if this was like regular Starship operations, they've completed the wet dress rehearsal, how fast could they, in essence, turn around and launch this thing? Are we talking about tank farm refilling, I assume?
Yeah, well, in theory, if we just take into effect only tank farm refill, it'd be like 2-3 days. That's only tank farm refill. If we're talking like fastest time between wet dress and launch, that would have been the last one where they did the wet dress on the 3rd of March, and they flew on the 14th of March. So it was a 11-day turnaround, which is pretty quick, not even 2 weeks. The longest one was the original stack, Booster 7 and Ship 24, when they completed the wet dress rehearsal on January 23rd of 2023, and they didn't launch till, of course, 420.
Hey, Ryan.
Of that year.
Real quick, roadblock is breaking up, and there are cars driving towards the pad.
Well, they are done then. All right.
Yeah. Well, remember, the road closure is not necessarily a deluge thing, right?
No, they can do a deluge with the road open.
They can do a deluge with people standing in the dunes.
No.
Yeah, they've done that.
Not related to whether or not they can do the deluge.
No, it's not. The only thing that's related to is that the vehicle is detanked, safed, and there is no longer any danger to anyone going to the pad. Most likely, though, the orbital launch pad itself will stay clear for a good chunk of the rest of the day while they still vent and clear everything out, let stuff boil off. But if crews need to start working, still dismantling that suborbital tank farm, because, man, there's not a lot left of that farm now.
Yep.
It's probably gonna be gone, but it might be gone by the end of this week entirely. Like all those tanks might be gone by the end of the week, which is kind of crazy to think about.
Hey, my phone just went off too. Boca Chica Beach is now opened.
Yeah,
opened. It's like got the ED on it. Reply stop to stop. Wait, I don't need to read that part out. To stop them from closing the beach, I can reply to the text message. No, but I got the official message from Cameron County. So the road is open to the public as well, as we can see.
Yeah, so they're done for the day with testing. So next.
Sorry, I was going to ask about the deluge system because there's quite a few questions about it. Mr. Rich Tex has got a good one. Will they fire up the deluge for the booster catch to protect the pad?
It's different.
Yeah, exactly. And also, I think the big point about why didn't they just do a deluge test for fun? Isn't there a limit on the amount of times they can do the deluge test in a year? I remember hearing something about it. I don't know if you know that.
30, I think it was 30 off the top of my head, because they basically had planned for one for a static fire and one for a launch. And that's kind of how they planned it out. It's an environmental limit for it. And yeah, it's basically what it is. This is all it is.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they may not want to do it because they've done a lot, but then again, sometimes they do it just to test it. I mean, they kind of know if for some reason they think they needed to test it, they'll test it. If they don't think they need to test it, then of course they won't. It's just kind of one of those things. It's not crucial to the prop loading of the vehicle or anything along those lines. It would just be something to be like, oh, hey, you want to verify if this works or not? They have a lot of time to do that between now and when they launch, because I'm still guessing 2, maybe 3 weeks ahead, because the FAA still has to make that determination on the request that SpaceX made that we talked about earlier. And who knows how long the FAA will take to make that determination or grant that request, or either grant it or deny it, I guess, is the whole thing along with that. So
Yeah. Makes sense. And if you're under the count, like you're going towards a certain number of count of tests that you can do or whatever, it makes sense not to just do it willy-nilly, which honestly is part of the reason that they put a limit on the number of times they should use it. They shouldn't just be running the water park every day, all day long. Wouldn't make any sense.
I just got one there for you, Daz. Great show on patch supply chain issues.
Oh.
I think, can we say the latest figure of where we are with the Flight 4 patches?
Yeah, I mean, we should tell people, yeah.
Yeah, we are half sold. We're 50% gone.
Half sold?
Which is crazy. Because
we're gonna be out before the flight.
I hope not.
This is why we say it, because we're not trying to be, sales tactics or anything like that. It literally is, as you've seen with Flight 3's patch, once it's gone, it's gone. So there's a very good chance that, like Flight 3, we will run out during the launch itself. So, again, I would never expect people to spend money because there's enough pressures with money as it is with people's lifetimes and whatever it is right now that this is not disposable income you can throw around. But if you are on the fence of thinking, when do I get it, we only mention a figure because there is every chance it will sell out again before the end of the launch campaign.
You know the way I think about it, Chris, like the folks that are watching now, like the test is over, right? The road is open, and the folks that are still hanging out with us are like I'm going to say the coolest community members, right? But the folks that are the hardcore fans that care about what's going on and hang out with us and that sort of stuff. So we tell y'all so you know, not because we're trying to do a high pressure sales tactic. Get it before they're gone. Like if it was that, we'd always tell you there was only 10% left. That's what normally a company would do. That'd be nonsense. This is your chance. Like we're giving you the inside scoop on exactly how many. I feel bad when we run out of stuff, Chris. Like I know we can't just sit on 100,000 extra patches. We'd go out of business. We couldn't afford that.
I was the one saying, "Can we get some more in, please?" I know we said we couldn't, but is there any way of doing it? And the answer was no. So it was not even like a kind of like, let's just do this and run out. And then it was literally impossible to do it. So that's why it's the case. I can prove that because I was an advocate for people who saying, "Can we get more Flight 3?" And I said, "Can we get more Flight 3?" And Adrian goes, "No." So.
Well, that's why we still have Flight 1 and Flight 2 sitting in stock, right? We had no clue how many to order for Flight 1. There are plenty of Flight 1s. If y'all want a Flight 1 patch, you can get a Flight 1 patch.
They've been going. I've been watching them come up on the ticker thing. So it's crazy because they are very good patches, I must admit. Pauline, again, thanks to Pauline for an amazing artwork doing that. Because we've seen, the official patches. I don't want to be rude or anything like that, but I would dare say, and I think chat will probably agree, that there's more effort gone in here than I can understand. I mean, on SpaceX do the Starlink ones, what have you, and they're launching Starlinks every left, right, and centre, so you can hardly blame them. They're going to spend weeks over each Starlink launch, are they? Yep. But it is, it's an incredible. It's also historical because I go back on the Shuttle Sundays, by the way, little pimp for Shuttle Sundays. We go back on the old Shuttle patches, and they did take their time, and there was some really, artwork going involved in there. We've followed that kind of path there. We've gone for what it means. There's a meaning behind these patches, as you can see with the historic milestones. It's the same during the space shuttle program, so we've followed that route.
It is. It's the process. It's like, here's what happened the first and the second and the third. And like, that's the plan for the patches, is showing the process. It's like telling the story of Starship testing. So anyways, folks, we have come up to the end of the Wet Dress Rehearsal. How long was this stream, by the way? The stream was like multiple 4 hours. Started 4 hours ago. I get that not everybody can hang out and watch a 4-hour stream to keep up to date on what's happening at Starbase. So boy, do we have a treat for y'all. Y'all know on Mondays we release, hopefully a Starbase update. SBU, every Monday we come out with the summary, the nice factual summary with a little bit of Jack humor and speculation tossed into it, of what happened at Starbase over the previous week, and we now have an approved for release Starbase update that we're going to share with you at the end of this show. So if you want to hang out with Jack and watch in, how long is this one? 18 minutes or something, I think?
Yeah, a lot of
Not
stuff
4 hours. Not 4 hours is the headline. If you want to get caught up on all the other stuff, So the next time we have a live stream and we're going through and talking about all these random things, you can be better informed if you watch the Starbase update with our very own Jack Beyer. And that is going to play for everybody that's watching this stream in just a few, actually maybe coming up on just a few seconds now. So stick around. We'll be in chatting. It will be playing the Starbase update here for everybody to watch. And that is literally the best way to get good, accurate, not overhyped or trying to trick you into thinking that somebody has a launch date or a license. Good Lord. Information on what's going on at Starbase, and that's going to start playing. Kevin's going to tell me when it's going to start playing. It's soon, though. Like, pretty soon, I think. Right, Kevin? Yes! Oh! there you go. The countdown timer on the actual SBU release.
It's very Art Deco, isn't it?
Oh, no. What countdown is this?
This is one of those horrible YouTube countdowns that we just can't get away from. They just make us use one. So in 2 minutes, Starbase update will be starting. And yeah,
this is the ludicrous countdown. Like, this is you're in the Tesla driving down the tunnel of LED lights or LED light emitting diode lights, whatever. They're diodes, not lights. This is the ludicrous countdown in 1:45. Kev, are we just going to show this until like 30 seconds or something? What are we doing?
I mean, you could say goodbye, and we'll send everybody over there, and they can watch the end of the countdown.
You have to promise to stick around for the remaining 1:30 seconds of this wacky tunnel of hype. I bet you there's music too. Tell me there's music.
There's music. That's horrible music too.
I will note that it's kind of showing the top of the description and kind of makes a mess of our logo. What's going on there?
The heck? Oh, jeez. All right, folks, it's coming up in 60 seconds. There's probably some sort of epic dramatic music. The outro music, our outro music, won't even fit into that. So, Kevin, let's head over to the live premiere of SBU. We'll get the latest on what happened at Starbase over the last week here with Jack, and that will be the end of this stream. But head on over there and watch that premiere with us. Thanks, everybody, for all the support. Like, Chris can't say it. None of us can say it enough. We wouldn't be here without you. But we're going to go watch the video, and we will see you nerds later.